Yo, 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 I'm here. What's up, gamers? Yeah, thanks for that tier 1 sub, that one guy. You banned Sarad. Alex Pleb Lord. I got on pretty late today. I fell asleep longer than I should have, but I mean, whatever. Interview today? Yep. Interview in 30 minutes. Yeah. Who's interviewing? Talkative Try. Spiral Tilt from the questions? I mean, I want to watch it. Log out. Guys, it won't be that bad. Multi-shot build in PoE? That's just called Lion Arrow. Alright, where's this? It starts in like 30 minutes. What do we do? We got like 30 minutes. Oh, you know what I can do? I can look at Alex's pop. You, Alex, you there? The cutest guy in PoE, right next to Tai Tai. Oh, one. I was thinking I might start doing some PoE1 runs, dude, to pass the time. Oh no, we have Night Rain tomorrow. Okay, after Night Rain, I'll start doing PoE1. We do have Night Rain tomorrow. What's Night Rain's? Elden Ring stuff. Night Rain solo sucks. Yeah, we gotta group up. Except I can't group with you. I didn't get to look at this earlier. Wait, are these all the correct sockets? What's this bow? This doesn't exist, right? Unless you have a 6 socket. Yeah, okay. Anyone tell me the news? What news? Oh, the news is in 30 minutes. This interview. I think this is correct. Early game. What bow do you have? 23%. 700 LADPS bow. You could probably gamble for that. If you gamble. If you don't gamble for that, you probably don't get that. I don't know if you're going to gamble. This ring's nuts. Everything else looks fine. This interview is great. It fixed everything. I'm hoping there's some good questions. Yeah, bow gamble. Yeah, if you're gonna gamble, you can get a bow that easily. And it could be any bow, right? You're not on crit, so it could be like a short bow, whatever. This is correct. If you're gonna do the instant error for bosses, yeah, it's fine. You could do this. This is like the maximum damage for Storm Rain. Actually, I'm not even sure if you need life tap at this point. Maybe you do actually. Let me see. 22 mana. Every other hit. I guess with another support. I'm not sure if you need life tap before Link. I forgot what I did. On 5 Link, you need life tap for sure. But yeah, but what you could do as well is where's it gonna go? This. You can say fuck blink arrow. It just put a ensnare an arrow here for bosses. Because like I don't know, dude. Blink arrow for bosses is like so bad. I hate blink arrow though. Well, I mean for the 2-stone, because like Exorc you don't need blink arrow. Eater blink arrow can help during the ball phase. Not the ball phase, like the collect ball phase, but yeah, so use instead. Then your Storm Rain's maximum damage. And I'm pretty sure you don't need anger. Well, if you're doing this on softcore, you don't need grace until like tier 11. So you can play haste anger earlier on. You're doing like a softcore. Let me get red maps. You gotta. I mean, I'm pretty sure you play. It depends on your gear. You either play haste. It depends on your damage. If you need damage, you can play anger. If not haste. Does Jonathan do interviews a Pro 1? Yeah. I don't think he has in a long time. This build's faster? I don't know, dude. I don't play this game. Let me see the tree. The attack speed correct. This is crazy specking though, right? Are you gonna respec? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'm pretty sure aren't these nodes better? Unless you just want attack speed. These nodes are really good, by the way. Even if you're not crit. Because it's 15%. Unless you need accuracy. I suppose. Yeah, it seems fine. Actually, do we... This wheel is usually like pretty fucking weak usually. I wonder how it is in this pop. I guess you need it though, because you need this, unfortunately. Oh, you know what's sick? Now, I don't think it matters in your run, but if you ever do Maven, mark Mastery. But I don't think it matters for your run. I mean, it looks good. I think this is a 2-stone sub 5-hour run. Because you can't really do that much differently as non-crit. Because like, there's not that many nodes to take. All those flash nodes. Flash nodes are good. There's definitely an argument to take these flash nodes. These flash nodes are so fucking good. The best flash nodes in the entire game. You get 10% flash effect and 45% duration. I'm a big fan of these flash nodes. I mean, I would take these for mapping, honestly. If you want to respec the two stone bosses, that's fine. But I would definitely take these for mapping. These nodes are so good. 45% duration is like, I love it. If you want to respec part of the boss, though, it's fine. I don't know where your respec points go into though, because you're gonna take out these, right? You can take out the pierce nodes for the boss. I guess you could grab this. It's not that good though. Dude, it's like nothing good of non-crit to get. All the non-crit shit sucks. Oh yeah, these ones are also decent, but I don't think you have the levels for this. These will be. When do you expect to finish? Level 80? Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think I'll change anything else. Not going suppression, because you can't. Well, I mean, you barely can. Although I will say, I mean, for two stone it's fine, but yeah, I mean, it's softcore, right? It doesn't matter. It's softcore. I know when I enter red maps, and I don't have spell suppression, I fucking always die. Suppose I have no defense. Did I am PoE1? If it gets buffed, yeah, I don't think I'll change anything else. Just these flash nodes. I would take spell suppression, but it's probably not worth it in a speed run. It's probably like a league start thing. There's nothing else to take. Oh wait, do we have what auras do we have? We're not using precision. Do you have accuracy? I guess there's a slight chance. You need accuracy on gear to make this work then, right? Accuracy is somewhere. Yeah. Which I guess is fine. This note's, I love this wheel. I mean, yeah. This looks good. Bow build login. These are useful, right? I guess non-crit could be useful, but yeah, whatever. Barrage LAS or the Storm Rain bosses? That I'm not sure of. I never tested that. I do know. I think I'd rather Storm Rain. I do know from experience, Exarch with Barrage is so bad. Because you're stuck in place, he actually can kill you. I've remember this multiple times. I hate doing Barrage and Exarch. On Eater, it's fine. Barrage and Exarch feels so bad, though. Where's Sushi at? I don't know. I think he's at Florida. You can't. I mean, dude, it depends on the play PoE1. You can't double use with Mana Forge Hours, right? I think if you were to self-cast Storm Rain, you would have Mana Forge Hours Burn Arrow. It's like technically the highest damage. Oh no, Blast Rain. Blast Rain's good. Yeah, Mana Forge Hours Blast Rain if you self-cast Storm Rain. CPU usage, not sure. Alex, you gotta get like a 5-10 run so I can say spellcasters are better than bows, alright? You gotta sabotage those. 7-foot rod about to blast some fish. Yeah, there won't be any build guides for PoE1 until patch notes come out. So I would not expect anything until then. Look at this guy. Bow run for Fubgun. Dude, I love this new emote. I'm Fubgun. Yeah, patch notes out June 5th. Interviews in 15 minutes. I got on pretty late, but it's fine, dude. It's from this guy. Talkative try. Nah, they won't fix kick for too many actions. ABX live? Oh fuck. Oh, what's his outfit? Chaos is a dead build. Are you spamming? You don't get kicked for too many actions if you spam heavily. Yeah, Tai went blast rain for leveling. I mean, I personally think the story in blast rain is worse, but it is more comfy. The totems are extremely good for leveling. They do so much damage. And that might just be a bug with effigies, in case that'll get fixed. Op on Overwatch 2.
If you're lying to me, I'm permabanning you, by the way. Oh, see that one? Heidi's pets. Mini Granta one skill point. Chat, where is he? Ban that guy. Ban him.
I'm Juggernaut. I'm Fubgun. I'll do bows if LS. No, if bows get buffed. If bows aren't touch, LS gets nerfed. There's still way better builds than bows. Unless everything gets nerfed and nothing gets buffed. I mean, they could nerf everything. Who knows? Interviews in 12 minutes. Tangle tongue buffed. I don't even know what this interview is going to be about, because like Try is like a very casual player. It probably won't be like endgame questions, unfortunately. The Calandra ring, it's a global drop. Yeah, next one gives sub. Zoe13. Try City stop playing endgame because it's boring. I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah, why is why is this my screen section? No way, dude. Oh, it's
Yeah.
not. Okay, okay, we're good. Waggle posted this. Oh, interview is in 10 minutes. What's her name? Agent Bunny X. We call her ABX here for short. Yeah, ABX for short. It's not respecting a name. Your girlfriend? I wish. What was this? Just 2 hours? Act 7? This is probably like a 3 hour, 3:10 finish. What's his gear? Is he a good bow? Oh, his bow is pretty juiced. Attack speed double flat. This cover sucks. You can share steel. Link while we wait?
All right, we got the questions up right here.
I'll let me meet this. It's not done it yet. Soon. Talkative try. Oh shit, dude. That interview is enough. 8 minutes. The OST teaser? Yeah.
How can I
Dude, this PoE1 leak's gonna be so sick. I have a lot of videos planned. To try it like for new player shit. Grab a mode. Another teaser today? We should get another teaser today, but it could be a PoE2 teaser. I'm not clicking on a Belton clip. Yo, Sebek, thanks for the 17 months. Huge, massive, some might say.
Yes.
Someone on record pretend to be 6, 7 minutes. Does he have his questions prepared somewhere? I cannot sneeze. East of Perez? What is this? Thank you, Pelton PoE. Now the interview, as you can see, it's 6 minutes. Wait, I know who to add. Email title China. I mean, China is gonna own servers soon. Yeah, try to interview. Guys, one day I'll get the interview, alright? One day. I'm doing good. Did you ask? Nah. I'm not gonna ask because I don't have a cam. They're not gonna do an interview with no cam. We? Yeah, we.
Yes. Move along now.
Bo trying to sneak himself in. Dude, I'm not trying to sneak myself in. I think I'm a pretty, you know, well-sized PoE2 streamer. Listen, we can go to the stats, alright? Path of Exile 2. Alright, what's the stats here? Most watched. Look, me and Ben are like tied to tied. I have a lot more hours streamed. See? 6? 6 is pretty good. Are you saying 6 is bad? This is pretty good. I take 6 any day. Lost to a D4 player. Almost starting. What's the PoE1 rank? Well, I don't think we can count PoE1 because PoE1 hasn't been a thing. I mean, we can check. But like, what do we check for PoE1? Like, a year? Look, me and Ben are pretty tied to tie for PoE1. Only 2 hour difference. Lance, number 1. Lance, the thing is, Lance he's the only person who's streaming PoE1. He literally only streams PoE1. We can check a year. Use the year stats. I moved down. Although this is like before PoE2, but whatever. Steel doesn't play PoE2. Like, Steel hates PoE2, dude. He doesn't like stream it. Alright, we'll meet music. It should start soon. Let me play ads real quick. We don't get ads for an interview. If we get ads right now, it's fine.
This button. All right, everybody. Can you see Jonathan? Can you hear Jonathan? I need to do some audio adjustments, I presume.
Let me know how the sound is. I think I turn it up.
All right, one sec.
On seeing myself in the video call, but I think that's all right.
Okay. There we go. The audio it should be on now, guys. Audio good? Give a test.
Okay,
1,
is
2,
that
3.
working?
I think
Does that
Jonathan's
okay?
low. I think Try's fine though.
You're a little quiet. Let me up you a little bit on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, Jonathan's quiet.
No problem.
All right, maybe 138. Is that good? Go for it again. 1,
Okay.
2, 3.
Does that sound okay? Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Your Games. Does that sound all right?
That should be good.
Sounds good to me. Good.
All
Audio's
right.
good.
Awesome.
All right, we're getting W's in the chat. Okay. All right, and with that, the chat goes away. Okay. All right, man. We'll do the cheesy YouTube intro. We'll get right into it, man. Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1.
There's an YouTube intro.
Hey, exiles. Welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today, I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Your Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping you up or anything. So I gotta ask. I'm curious. Right now we have
Those good
obviously
questions.
patches coming out consistently for 0.20 for PoE2. We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now, like at Grinding Gear Games, compared to, let's say, the launch
What are
of
the
0.20?
vibes? Why are we asking about the
How you feeling?
vibes?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain are not like, when obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy, are not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, like you've got artists and sound designers and everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people who people are mad at when people are mad are like the kind of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions. And so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team's kind of fine and chill, and it's all good. They're happy. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of excitement for for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like we had a lot of trouble for a long time there.
I
Actually,
wanted to
kind
ask
of
about PoE1
balancing that.
leagues, if
And
they're
it's
back
like
on
now
track
we're
or not.
finally kind of rolling. Like things are working out. Like I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can be launching a PoE1 expansion, and if we can also at the same time be creating PoE2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. There's always going to be some level of like intermixing and kind of things that go on there, but I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before, and that means that
Thanks for the subs.
we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, we're actually getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So, I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the the live stream for PoE1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like in the past. Well, not in the distant past, we always had like the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? Like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why you do that is because you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, things happen, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past were always locking dates, but then like as we sort of had PoE2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead. And I think honestly that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that you're in a situation where when dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on, and also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen. Because because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen. The huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point where we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE1 as well. We're locking dates. We know when things are going to be. Like if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in. We'll put it in the next one. So I think that's a much better way of doing development. So what that means is, we've got the PoE1 release coming up, that's in June, and then we'll have the PoE2 release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other. But then we know
so
we're
it's
locking in
August.
already. Like there'll be another
It's
PoE1
August.
release 4 months after the PoE1 release that we have, right? That'll
August
be
with
locked in,
PoE2.
and then we'll have another PoE2 release 4 months after that in December, right? So we're basically saying we're doing 4 months. It's going to be consistent. It's going to always be the case. Like
October for
we don't
PoE1.
want to have this kind of uncertainty around this anymore. And the other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does act as a forcing function of like, you actually do need to, to make sure you're actually shipping something.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of a very important element of that. So, yeah, effectively like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think it's just going to be way, way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both of my follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4 month leaks. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah, maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it just a little bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah.
Good.
All good.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean that's extremely exciting. Like people have been.
I mean, it's
yearning
October
for
for
the 4-month
PoE1,
cycles again.
August and
instead
December
of
for
the,
PoE2. That's a pretty good schedule.
the almost year long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider like just extending it like one more month just for the meme?
No.
But the one, no.
No. Look, our priority has just been like, no, we need to get a PoE1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like we really want to make sure we're getting that as soon as possible.
And you broke glass in
August
case of
of PoE2,
emergency.
yeah.
You're like, all right, Zana, it's time for you to come back. All right, here we go. Right, you knew everybody would love it. So, all right, well that was the only Path of Exile one related real question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff because all that is super exciting. But Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December. Okay, so we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone. And then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or
smaller? That's a good question.
So
I like this.
It is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around, I think the concurrency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that, like by the time that for people on that one. So that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely
no one
smaller.
played standalone.
You know, and I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering like why, you know, like why, like, so console I think is now about, okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's a side note. But yeah, it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be.
I don't think there's that many console players.
We'll see about that, but yeah, effectively we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 0010. And then for 020, I was kind of like, okay, you know, you're always going to get a first launch dip, like compared to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we were going to have is around 500,000 on launch concurrents, and we ended up getting about 485. So it was like pretty close to what I was expecting.
Yeah.
So that was kind of, you know, like that was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with that. So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, you know, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get in full release, and then, you know,
it sounds like only like,
you know, instead of shrinking each launch, you'll be growing.
25% of people are standalone.
Well, assuming we're doing a good job anyway.
Right.
So you know, that's sort of what I imagine to happen. But
like
yeah,
60% Steam, 20% standalone, and then 15% console.
But you know, we'll see how things work.
Okay, well that's very cool. I'm curious. I am not able to like pay attention to a lot of the reception in the other realms, of course, because we have US and Europe and, you know, Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms. How has the reception been?
You just
like
said 50% console. You just said it
over there too. Yeah, right.
No, it actually didn't. So
didn't.
they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because, you know, they're just you know, they use a VPN or something like that. But actually it's not actually officially out there yet. So
yeah, it's not.
You know, we're actually it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date. Not that it necessarily matters to you, per se, but you know, for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot. Yeah, but it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. We're going to chat to some of the players there. You know, and
it might be 0.3, honestly. The Chinese servers.
Have a chat, and you know, so hopefully, you know, they'll be pretty interested to see, you know, when that release is going to be coming out.
Right? Is it going to be paid like our version, or is it going to release directly?
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same. Exactly the same thing. The price will be a bit different, you know, because different markets have different prices. But I thought, like, so I mean, it's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there because they're like, oh, like in China people don't pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So you know, basically I was like, okay, it just has to be it has to be pay to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, as the price will vary a little bit.
Okay,
dude, China has loot pets.
Absolutely no idea. Okay, well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay, awesome note. Okay, here's another kind of statistical question for you. I'm really keen on all this. So recently, you guys have been sharing a bunch of stats to do with the game, such as volatile plants, which are totally 95% of my deaths. Okay, they're apparently 50% of all endgame deaths in the endgame, and then like 1/3 of maps are hitting grotto. I'm curious, what are there any other like surprising stats like that, and are you using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be awesome. I'd love to learn some about that.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very data-driven company. Like we're more about just play the game and see what it's like. But recently, we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. You know, like they play PoE, so like you know they know what they're looking for. Because this was always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, you know, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So you know, this data person's really, really good. You know. Yeah, so we're getting stats like this. Now, I have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like the volatile plants thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, yeah, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that... that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like we checked like ages ago, like back, you know, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but like it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out, because yeah, and so yeah, it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but yeah, when we saw that, it's like, geez, you know, something needs to change about that. So yeah, it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on you know, how the game plays.
Right.
And you know, and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, you know, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get, like there's various things like that. And it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but like the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just like outsizedly killing people due to, you know, how powerful it is. So,
right.
You know,
it started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants, and you guys did make changes. I think it was in the first 0.1 patch, 0.11. You gave it like an audio cue. I swear, they killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are upcoming in 0.21 related to them. So.
Right. Well, I mean, I want to, now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people and, you know, like check on that a bit more regularly. Like we should be doing more of that stuff. It's just that like, you know, what I always worry about with data stuff is like, okay, if you just, if you go and just start looking at data without knowing what it is that you're looking for, sometimes you can kind of just like run into spurious things that just happen to have gone one way or the other. And it's like if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, but maybe those aren't actually important. Like sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant. So I sort of like to always tell people like, okay, you have to know before you check the numbers what number is going to make you make a decision about this, because like if you don't know that before you go in, then seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. You know, like that should be the stuff you should be knowing before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence. You know, you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy.
Right.
So you know, yeah, that's kind of why I sort of view it that way. But yeah, you know, I mean, obviously here it was very important to see that, because you know that was a big one.
I know you said you don't have anything curious to share now, but are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game?
Well, the thing I'm doing a big data investigation for now actually is I need a better understanding. So like obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like, we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are, because the problem is that if you look at things that as an absolute rate, it's like it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, you know, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of, you know, getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, yeah, like breaking down like when you log in, like we check which ISP you're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can log into it. So we're just sort of starting now to get into that kind of level of thinking about that stuff. And so I'm hoping that with that, we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon.
Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later. is this related to the DDoS attacks and instability for European servers? Because I know a lot of people
So
are
that
still
definitely-
talking about that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that by basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk about too much about exactly what that is because that obviously informs people to how to potentially get past it.
Right.
But we've been doing a little bit of that. But
EU servers.
I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like that they definitely happen. But I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. They're as I said, they still happen, but I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like working with the data centers to see what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details with the stuff. And we previously didn't have as many data centers. When we started PoE2, we expanded into more data centers, because we needed to just for the scale that we were talking about. And the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers complaining about individual routes and talking about individual things, and so it kind of meant that got to a point of stability. Just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of these particular things aren't working well. So we just need to do that work again and go over it. But it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it, and so it's just something we need to get better at again, of just working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to
Games
chat
Free
about.
1.0.
So all these patches for 0.2 have been great. They're bringing quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches past launch week, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past about the reason you're not doing character balance is because people had a very strong reaction during that initial start of early access. I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on it?
Right. So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? You just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that, there is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel my character is screwed, and sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but it still just has this feeling of the game just you were standing on a chair and it just got knocked out from under you. And no matter, I think, what tools you give people for respecing, people just don't sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I could respec, but it just isn't great. It just feels bad, it just is something that it isn't fun. Now, if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do.
Okay,
now,
mid-league buffs be fun. That'd be cool.
Is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. We really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the middle of the league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with a lot of checking and so on. And it's if those people are working on PoE1, then we can't do those kinds of easy things on PoE2. So what that'll mean is, as soon as PoE1 comes out,
on balance.
The expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE2, even mid-league for some of that balance stuff. So you're going to see in 0.2.2, 0.2.3, you'll probably see a bunch of that kind of stuff happening.
Of course.
Because at that point we can start doing it. That really is a problem. And honestly, if it is so hard to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things, it is one of the hardest things. And I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. It's I can balance things for the early game, but those subtle late game things are seriously seriously crazy in terms of the amount of stuff you have to know and the amount of stuff you have to understand in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's and that's really tough. And the thing that is bad about that especially is that I can get something to feel good in the at the early game myself.
I feel
But
like
it's
they
if
should
we're
have like
talking
a
about,
bigger
like, that
balancing,
later
but
skill scaling
Mhm.
stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got the good build variety and you've got all that stuff. Like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back now, right, like the amount of years it took to actually get PoE1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like I think we do, there's some benefit of experience that we have. But it's certainly something where it's like, to actually get a skill to the point of, scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that, like, because in PoE1, the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill.
Yeah.
It meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like, there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you're using. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually lost sight of that a bit too much, because the assumption kind of was as well, you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about whether this skill scales or that skill scales. But actually, I feel like that was actually a mistake, because what it sort of meant is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used in game? And the reason why you're seeing all these build variety concerns really is because of the fact that I don't think we put enough thought into that on an individual skill basis. So this is something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're going to do some fixing for this in during 0.20, like after PoE1's out, we're going to be doing some of this. But a lot of it is going to come in 0.30. Like this is a major objective basically for what 0.30 is going to be doing, is like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in the end game to make it in game viable.
That's good.
Like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 0.20.
Yeah, definitely did not.
Like that, and that I think was probably like a huge
definitely
part
did
of
not.
why,
Yeah,
the reception for that was. I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 0.20 didn't land as well as it should have. So like that stuff there, it's like, so basically we're just going to be paying a lot more attention to that stuff. And like I've already got like various ideas. Like in some cases, it's going to also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the in-game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff that you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like, okay, the data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off. And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 0.20. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things.
Yeah.
So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like, we'll do it if we can. And obviously we have to still be adding lots of content. And there's the whole side of the company that makes, new areas and, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's also just going on. But in terms of like character work, right? The focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So, like
that sounds like true.
A change.
Trude's the biggest work.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being okay with buffing things mid-league. That's not as soon as this cycle. Awesome. Right. I want to push or question just a little bit on the nerfing end. Okay, so the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take pull it out of a hat. Lightning spear. Oh my god. Okay, so say lightning spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that lightning spear was like the only viable skill in endgame. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, lightning spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play lightning spear, and there's no reason to even try anything else, and then they quit.
Yep, you're right. It was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey, lightning spear.
I understand.
Did he just,
I'm just curious.
Did he just ask this question?
I'm with you in theory completely, right?
Was this
I do
like 5
understand,
minutes
but in
ago?
practice, we would not be getting any friends right? Like the people who you say leave because they're done because they, they did Lightning Spear and then they were done. Those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like I really don't think that they would have moved on. And it's just one of those things that like it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of like how that works.
So for example, like I think like was it the cast on crit change in 0-1? Was that like
right.
evident in the like player?
Also, they couldn't have nerfed in the
like,
first 2 weeks. The community was so mad in the first 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, absolutely. Like, I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like it is. Yeah, that kind of stuff, it's really harsh. And look, nerfs are always going to be unpopular, but as I said, the mid-league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is. And it's like, I really do believe that no matter how much respecking and stuff that you allow, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of like screwed with the meta a lot. But even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, like that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about skill scaling in particular. So for example, like storm mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity and how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you guys are like limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like that particular case is one that I was actually advocating for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about like, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like there's a lot of like all of that, those changes, because we have so many stats, they just end up taking a huge amount of time. And one of the things that's interesting is like, every stat that existed in PoE1 is still in the PoE2 code base. And in theory, a designer they don't want those stats to be broken because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like change in the way that thing works. It's like, not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE1 is also getting maintained in this code base because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that like, when we need something, it's like half the time that already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something like that. So we discussed this change about having, like basically look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? Like, so therefore, like in PoE,
that's a minion.
The way that you understand as a PoE player is, well, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does.
Right.
So, like it's stuff like that kind of means that like, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about like, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we've got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. So there's always that thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we could potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore. But like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, like just adding the ability for, just other elements of the skill that can make us allow it to scale with other stats that we already have without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said, both ways can work. And I am totally open to it for sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good to hear. And here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE2, I thought I was going to use weapon swap so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I
Where's
think
the weapon swap on the same weapon? That's still in the game, right?
Because there's that like that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo based builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it entirely, because I do know that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
Oh, whoops, I played.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed. But as soon as we said that, we're like, okay, So like the theory was, well, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing is you can't just use global attack speed; it won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon, and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up, and then we ended up not doing it. But it's still something to do because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because
Yeah, I mean, just lower
immediately
it.
would mean that something like anything that gives you sort of like ability options that other weapons have.
What's the
would
current
probably
weapon
become
swap
a little bit
speed?
too easy. If it was just like literally zero swap
Is it
time,
0.4?
you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing. So everything else would become, you know, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is everybody already raking? No.
Yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to endgame speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something. We just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But yeah, I agree. There's a problem.
I mean, just lower the speed.
I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap, like, you know, like that's, you know, so he's kind of like, you know, it does work. Like he says like it could be better, but it's not like unviable from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling up attack speed.
Yeah, I think people use it. It just feels a little clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah. As I said, I'm pretty sure the speed will make a huge difference. That's
100%. That's
the thing. Yeah.
All right, a little extra question on weapon swap. So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming.
This one,
yes.
Not in yet.
Still haven't done it yet.
What happened?
I actually
we will
want
get
this.
there. We'll get there. I swear it should be in 0.3. It really should. Like hopefully they'll be getting one of those QOL videos.
That's actually pretty big when it comes in.
Okay.
Lock weapon swap.
But it hasn't been finished yet.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that range of possibilities? I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to Falling Thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff. You know, it would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. And is that something you guys are?
I don't think Jonathan wants to change this,
or are you firmly?
I don't think that I would. I don't think that I would want to do it. Like,
he doesn't want to do
as
it.
a kind of a base feature like that because, like a lot of the identity of the weapons is, you know, comes from that. Now, what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do, you know, something with Falling Thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. And so if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel, is the way to solve that, is just make the weapon swapping better. That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique you know, mace that lets you use quarter stuff, because that might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but you know, like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things.
That'd be awesome.
So that just
Unique
comes down to like
weapons
making
suck,
more build enabling uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon classes, and yeah, it's the weapon swap where just making that better will make it those cross class things more viable.
I just heard the animators screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. So, oh God.
Well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE2 rigs, so you know, it should. But yeah, as I said, it really is more of a unique thing, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Well, that sounds cool.
You like that question, Griffin?
So this is on progression and the Atlas skill trees. So presently, and this is I guess is more personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry.
Dad
right now,
gamer.
It feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points, maybe, right? Yeah. To fight your 100%. First audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by upping splinter counts, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position? And why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
yeah there's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like I mean,
Yep, true.
there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models,
Wait,
right? We've
what?
got stuff that we would do. Like
Where's
it will
that
happen at some
at?
point, right? And it's like all of that stuff
Put that
exists.
in.
It's just that like it isn't in yet, and so it's like what that
That's
sort
what
of
we
led to is a
need.
situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf, and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of
Yes.
like fill into to give you points to kind of have more of that progression going on. And so it's like if what I would say is like to run with that example, it's like I wouldn't consider breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing, and that's what we need to be doing, expanding in order to make that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with that stuff. Like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. It's just not enough content, right? We just need more content.
Yeah, more
Now,
content.
unfortunately, I don't know.
Yep.
Like I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have.
Endgame needs a lot more
For
content.
for the end game. But like I would say what I'm saying is like I think we know what the problem is. We know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're with each expansion we're chipping away at it. We're adding more stuff and like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that in and sort of get it done.
Do you think
so,
it's gonna add
yeah,
more towers?
I would just say there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different
Yeah.
choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
Yeah, I mean, you
right?
get
Okay.
more of the stuff.
Yeah.
Like I mean, if you compare like breach and PoE1 to
I
PoE2,
see
like there's just
tower.
more stuff going on with it in terms of like the different types of different types of breach encounters and the different breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. It's like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it good. So yeah,
Okay.
more stuff will happen. We'll get there. Like it'll happen. But it just takes a little while to get to that point.
Okay.
So as I said, might not. In 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
Okay. How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there, or?
I mean, personally, I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like, there was certainly discussion, like when we were talking about being able to make, like have it be early. Because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like, I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
Okay. I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said, it's time, let's do it?
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me.
Oh, Mark,
Yeah,
dude. I love Mark.
Okay. Awesome.
The savior, dude.
I gotta say. Okay. This one has to do with monsters specifically, Jonathan. And it's something we chatted about in December.
Another Mark
really
W.
hyped about it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So when we last talked, you spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game? And I'm just not noticing them?
I know what you mean. So it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like, I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But so like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I wanted. It's one of those things where, like, if I had time, I would go and do a bunch of that stuff. And like, we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is like more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the like extra abilities happened. And that I think what the issue is that, so effectively there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be than monster set. Like
Right.
a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because
Every time you use it
doesn't have
effectively,
enough
drink a
going on with
beer.
it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen.
One shot.
So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than like, you know, effectively like resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's like one of those things that I really think I'd like going, but at the moment we just yeah, as I said, it's on like 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't saying it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious. There are some monsters that instill like fear and horror into people when they play PoE2. Are there any? Is there any specific one monster that makes you like clench up when you hear it or see it on screen?
I mean,
a lot of people
funny
hated
thing,
those
like,
vultures that leapt, you know,
Right,
4
right.
screens away. Like people hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in Endgame is it's probably the frickin' what do you call them? Quill crabs are probably the thing that's the most.
Or the serpents.
But it's funny. The answer is so different in Endgame versus not. Like in the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. Like I really love that thing. It's just like one of,
What's
it's one
that?
of my favorite
Eternal
monsters,
Knight?
just because I like how like the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But you know, in Endgame they just kind of end up
I don't
dying.
know what the
It's like-
monster names are, to
I
be
think that was my
honest.
first
Some-
hardcore death was to the Eternal Knight.
Right.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
Shield Boys? Oh, those suck.
All right.
Fuck
Before we get
those.
into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, 2 more questions about the general game.
Yeah, I hate
So one of
those.
them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every zone is going to have like a boss in it. Now, I know right now during early access, not every zone has a boss. Like all of them have like cool encounters and the like, but not all of them have a boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. Like so we have bosses for these, right? Like all of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area.
Campaign.
It's just that not all of them are finished, and you know, it's about getting time to finish making them. So it's kind of like, okay, like certainly the promise of having 100 bosses will be like 100% like over delivered as far as like, you know, getting like once we get to release. As to whether or not every single area will have a boss at release, potentially not. But it's like we do have all the bosses sitting there like waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff like there. Like it's just we just have to get them done. So like I eventually we will definitely get there because, you know, like as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them.
Can you expect Act 4?
You know,
I want
like,
Act 4
you know,
in
we have
0.3.
models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff. You know, it's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and like all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. So yeah, like as I said, still the plan. It's just that, you know, there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign. You know,
that makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there. They're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right. Before we get into the specific 0-2-0 and 0-2-1 balance and additions, I'm really curious. Obviously, you guys are getting a ton of critical feedback to the game, and Mark really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it like on your forums, on Reddit and posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially you're talking about like an elite cabal of balancers in the game. Like how do they like to read the feedback the best? So like what's the most productive, I guess?
Well, the reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. Like if they're going to make a bingo card, it's like you can't just like kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's like these are actually the things that you are saying are important to us, and so that's kind of the reason why I like that. Now, in terms of like, so we obviously have got our community team. They're reading.
Yeah, you got to
like,
DM
all these
Mark on
different
Discord.
places. So like, I'm gonna get feedback, like the overall like sentiment of like what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of like what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also like, you know, like someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, like that's the kind of thing where
Me?
like I can sort of listen and understand the.
Did he listen to my
they tend
video?
be- like they tend to be like if they're a creator with like you know like a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So like that
He
stuff
must
is
be
another
mine.
thing that I like to watch and
Surely.
understand. But as I said, like in terms of just like random people posting, it really doesn't matter where you post because you know our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay. More bingo cards. They're coming your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So, Dawn of the Hunt, Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with Disengage and Rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different, you know, builds or classes that aren't actually using
Every
the spears
class
for
is a spear
damage and everything,
class.
right?
Let's just say
Disengage
it.
Especially, we saw, you know, the race with like Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right?
Right.
I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility?
Yes, more. That's a good
skills
question.
to future
Please.
weapons, to previous
Yes.
weapons, just to give people more tools
More
to move
mobility.
throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, you know, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, you know, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but less potentially.
But
less
mace has
agile
leap
than a spear.
slam.
Like you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of like, you know, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, you know, like I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, you know, the maximum.
Oh, so that's the max mobility.
Mobility. That's why it sort of feels like that. That's what makes it feel
Oh,
different.
Yeah, you guys achieved it. It's
Well.
pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a flavorful way to do Blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the Dexant class that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme with that kind of ability. So
Shadow
yeah, that's
stepping?
kind of where you'll where you'll see that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little way out still, but you know, like yeah, there's a lot of design stuff along those lines, I would say for that
Okay.
for that class.
All right, little tidbits for shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right. So on from the mobility front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt
Crafting,
introduced
okay.
a lot of different crafting systems or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel? How much should an average player be engaging with them in Endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign. I'm talking you're in the Endgame, you're running maps. How often should I be touching something like the Recombinator?
Well, recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, you know, like
Advanced.
It does take a certain level of person to use that, right?
Recombinator is actually really fucking complicated for some
You have to
reason.
be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure.
They made this one so
that
complicated.
Right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like, and it kind of has to be just due to the nature it works. And the funny thing about recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that isn't that both feels like that it's worthwhile
it's like too
for a
much you
player,
want? No.
while also not completely being ridiculous. From the
Recombinators are very
perspective of, like,
complex
making
if you want to
the
max
item
it.
game too
There's a
easy.
lot that goes into
And
it.
it's like it's really hard to get into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you sort of always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Oh, okay.
So you know,
You definitely don't use them once
that's
per
kind of one of those
expedition.
things, but yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time, some of them you should be using much more rarely. You know, we're about to add a bunch of these new
If it didn't show you
bunch of these
items,
new,
you probably would
runes and
use
things
it.
like that. You know, like those ones are kind of intended to be like, you know, like they're a thing you want to find. Like they're rarer. Like, you know, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those would be relatively rare, but you know, still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. So you know, like, because we had that problem, of course, you know, that we found out, and that one. You know, like, so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with like too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay. I'm curious about the socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase socketables are being added to the game. And right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right? The rune system was pitched
Guys, stop
as kind of
copy-pasting.
a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench. And with these new chase socketables being
You know what I
added to the
want?
game,
I want Harvest.
it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other
Harvest
ways to
swap.
solve these simple problems that people have? in the future
Um,
or
I-
imminently, or
Well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game,
I'm fine with that Crafting
then you'll
Bench.
get to the point where
But I want res swap.
the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. You know, like that's a thing for sure. So it's kind of like, but the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you know, like you might be a bit overcapped on res, you know, because you're getting the items getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot, and that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, you know, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance socketables. You know, I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of, you know, 75 25 with 25 on you know, just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost, so when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but oh, it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling, and this is primarily, I think,
Harvest res swap, please.
Right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade
it's
with. Or maybe
so bad on having it. Give us harvest res
ruins your
swap.
character, and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE1
It feels bad.
gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle
Harvest res
these
swap.
defenses to
solves
maintain
it all.
that base level of LE res. And you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know
It's solved in
PoE1.
PoE1.
There was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found.
So the harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently.
Okay.
We were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were
It's
kind
so
of like,
good.
the worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes.
What do you mean
like,
too
for sure. Like, he was
easy?
kind of like he sort of had the opinion that like, you know, like that's kind of like it's part of what like, yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized like, you know, getting getting things exactly where you needed them to go. Like he's kind of the opinion that was too powerful. We sort of talked for a while about this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay, so I'm like, okay, sure, so you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem, because like, you know, that you need to be doing that all
Make
the
it
time.
rare,
So
I don't care.
it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how like we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system.
If you buy one ring right now,
much of a way, you know,
you just have like 3 pieces to get the
I
res.
guess this is a
sucks.
potential concern. Now, the runes in theory kind of do address that, because it's like you can temporarily kind of like use them. But then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like, obviously, the concern is, and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like you like there's this concern if they're chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now we are just going to, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you got to really chase socketable, you know, like you're gonna save it for only an item that you know is perfect.
I wonder how rare is it gonna be.
Yeah, we'll sort of see how that plays out, but you know, we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious
no
on like,
fix.
the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items and even some gems. Are you guys aware that they might be? I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high. Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
you okay where they are?
This is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this: if you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, you know, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements. And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think.
I think
like,
gems
'cause
should
I
be
don't want to make
lowered.
it completely. Like, I feel like in PoE1 it was kind of most the case that attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things. Like it mattered a little bit, but like not very much. You know, like I don't think it mattered a lot. And so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily. Although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at, because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure.
Okay.
The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds, but on some level there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use an off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. Like that would be an ultra dominant. Like the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. So yeah.
Okay. Now yeah, especially on spears. Spears, I feel like those, like, because they encourage you to go on like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but
is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that maybe
There
I'm
is.
crazy.
There is.
Chat's probably going insane if
Glass.
I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be
There
wrong.
is.
But I remember I was just struggling in 0-2 or 0-1.
Right.
It's the
I
best
was
spear
not,
base.
and
Right.
it was rough. It was rough in 0-2.
Right. Okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another curious one that I've seen a lot of debate about. So movement speed and Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed, and not compared to monsters or anything, just
Movement
the overall
speed.
movement speed of a character.
Holy
In
shit.
the monsters too. A lot of people feel like it's too slow. And
Yes.
a gauge people give is when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Secama, it's like 30% increased movement speed. People
Is
are
it
like,
40%?
that's where we should be, right? How do you feel about it maybe being a bit too slow? Do you think it's fine where it is? Just in general.
Well, as far as I know,
Buff it a
I
little
could
bit.
be wrong about this,
Okay.
but I, as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like I
Doesn't
don't
it
believe
feel
it is
like
actually
that?
different. The difference is in like the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want
A little
to
bit.
spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this. For
Okay.
030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline, it would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animation. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. But we'll talk about those a little bit. Like just probably 030 announcement.
Potential movement speed
I'd
buffs.
say as well. We'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here. That will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do. So
maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I
like
wouldn't
a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so
Right.
often
So-
you get a little dopamine
yeah.
rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that. So
Okay.
yeah, I definitely understand the problem, right? Like so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem.
Tier 1 issues. Okay,
Right,
okay.
I mean, we've got our list of tier
So
1
it
issues
will
that
be
we
addressed.
can't release 030 without, like even though I said we weren't locking features. I mean, some of the things that you see, some of these things we're like, here's the tier 1
Movement
issues.
speed will be addressed.
This is one of them. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern.
That's big.
But as I
That
said,
is
I
big.
just don't want to ruin the combat system too much. So that's why we have to be a bit careful.
Okay. No, that's fair.
That's big.
Completely
buffs.
swapping gears, Jonathan.
Even
you guys
doing, like,
added a pretty
20%.
cool item in 020 in the Grand Project precursor tablet, and it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother.
That would be
we can get
cool.
to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this
I don't
would
think
go
so, though.
core? Core
I don't
towers?
think that I want something like. I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like,
It
I
would be
guess
cool.
if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is be the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of how I'd see that. Like I say, if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of
Hidden grottos.
what maps like some maps are way more common than others.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know, and this is something that we have a fix for. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021.
I
Actually.
think it's coming in 021. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So, you know, we're effectively we're making it so that like the map's much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like you know, I think it's hidden grottos, isn't it? The one that you know,
Hidden grottos.
you get
Yep.
yeah, you get constantly. Yeah, like stuff like that, like will improve a lot. So I think that'll help as well. Like I think it really just comes down to balance of like when you find things, where you find them, that kind of stuff. Like to me, that's really what it is. And I guess it also comes down to sort of like one of the other reasons you might want to be like skipping more of the Atlas content is that you're not feeling like you're seeing what it is you want. And I guess that's another larger issue with towers as well.
I think another thing that people really would like is more just player agency, right?
Yes.
To be able to, like you kind of said,
I want that.
run the maps that they'd like to run with the mechanics that they'd like to
Imagine
run.
only
And
running Savannah.
The grand
Holy shit, dude.
project tablet allows that, right? If you see a breach and a ritual and everything on your favorite map layout, but it's on the opposite side of the tower and you got to run 10 maps to get there, you know, it kind of is a feels bad moment. But just more like...
There's actually so that is a broader issue that I've noticed with the current way the Atlas works, which is not something that we initially... It's actually comes down a little bit to the overlapping tower thing as well. And it's only sort of a realization that we came to recently. So how can I put this together? Like, okay, so there's this issue of like, if you know in advance that something isn't the best, then it feels bad to have to kind of go through it like already knowing that it's not the thing you wanted. And so what I'm talking about this is like, okay, and this is something that the old Atlas, like in PoE1 Atlas didn't have, that PoE2 Atlas does have, that's like, you know, just sort of think about it, it's like, okay, so the overlapping towers thing is a great example, right? It's like, if you know that overlapping towers is the best thing, every time you see a non-overlapping tower, you're like, oh, I have to just get through this so I can get to the next overlapping tower.
That's what I complain
like,
about.
Let's just say, for example, and like this is a terrible idea, so I'm not actually going to do this, but I'm just like, let's just say, for example, that we had a mechanic where, and I wouldn't do this for like 10 reasons, but that like when you run a map, there's a random chance that it turns into a tower, right? Let's just say, for example, we had that mechanic. What that would mean is that now you at any time could get the best thing. So you don't feel bad about running maps that you know can never be the best, because at any time the maps could be the best. And this comes down, I think, to the sort of core of like AIPG itemization as well, where it's like one of the reasons why it's good is because, like, you know, the next rock you turn over could contain the mirror drop, right? So it's like you don't feel bad about killing monsters, even if, like, you know, like, assuming we get everything right, that is, you know, because it's like, okay, there could be a good thing like right around the next corner. It's like if you knew that every monster,
I mean, this is kind of true though. This is kind of true though.
Was going to drop nothing. Like, let's say, so here's another example of a thing that would be similar, right?
The
Let's just
towers is
say
a huge issue.
all the monsters in a map drop nothing except the boss, right? Let's just say that that's what you had.
Okay.
If you had that, killing all those monsters would feel like a chore, because like there was no chance of that ever returning anything for you, right? You're just like, I just want to get through this to get to the boss, right? And so you've kind of got a similar thing going on, but on like a higher level with the Atlas system, where it's like, you know that this part isn't the best, therefore like I feel bad having to grind through it. Like if they had a chance of being the best, it would be fine. So I feel like we need to find a way to make
this
that
answer. I kind
more
of like
the
this
case. And like
answer.
I was sort of discussing like as a random example that's kind of a bit related, although not exactly the same, of like, you know, in PoE1, any map could just randomly spawn a breach.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
In PoE2, you know when you don't have one. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like there's this like, so like that sort of element sort of like has a thing there. So there is something to this, and like I can see that there's a problem. I just need to sort of work out exactly how we're going to. And the things that as I said, the thing I just said there before, like that would solve the problem. I just hate it for 10 other reasons. I'm just sort of putting that out there as like an example to evoke the idea of how it would feel to you if that was how it worked. You know what I mean? So like that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about how to sort of resolve this problem. So we do need to do something. Like I like a lot of what the tower mechanic does, but like there's still not something quite right about it. Like there's some stuff we have to do, and I also really love that sort of feeling of exploration thing going on. But you know, I guess something we didn't realize is like when you can see things in advance, you have to be really careful that you don't let the amount of importance that can have be too high, because that undermines the feeling of everything else. So like that's kind of like a thing I guess we need to think about. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to think about here. We need to work out what exactly we're going to do about it.
All right, yeah, I think you're touching
The
on
fact that
the
you
exact
imagine
feeling I
overlapping
had, like, going
towers
back
and
to
how it
Path of
feels
Exile
bad.
1, and I always had that feeling of
a big
surprise
W.
or mystery going
They'll
into
probably
all
get
that,
fixed.
and that's just not in PoE2. So I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. That's awesome.
Right.
Oh,
Well, I mean, in 020, we
yeah.
did intend to improve that situation by adding more random things. And so having more random things that aren't just the leagues is also a way to sort of improve that. And so 020 helped with that to some degree. But I do think that there's still like an issue around that to think about.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, let's see. I know we're running short on time. I know you have to run in about 25 minutes. So
Yeah.
I'm a little bit curious on, let's see here. I'd love to touch on races for just a moment, since you guys are running quite a few of them. Okay. So they're obviously back for Path of Exile 2. You guys have been running them pretty consistently. I'm curious, is there anything in particular you guys are trying to glean while watching these races? Like, are they influencing any balance decisions? Or are they showing you, well, this part of the campaign could be improved in a certain way? I'm
Guys,
really
it's not
curious to hear.
racist.
Or is
They
it
call
just
racers.
pure
I wouldn't-
entertainment?
I wouldn't say that we learn much about things from that perspective beyond just about what races are doing, right? There's obviously changes we could make for races in particular. It doesn't influence too much about the rest of the campaign, I would say, just because like the things that they're doing are really just quite outside the norm of what normal players experience. So yeah, it really is more of just a fun thing we enjoy doing. That like that's more of what it's about. I wouldn't say that there's like a kind of development reason to run them per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is a very early game question, Jonathan. So and the guy I'll use as an example is my dad. So a lot of very new players to ARPGs, they started playing PoE2. It was like their first ARPG ever. And a lot of them are unaware of the importance of certain items in the game, like crafting currency, right? A lot of people will just hoard it, even though the currency says, hey, use me on items, right? Would you be open to the idea of like maybe doing a very short like quest or tutorial in Act 1 to put people on this path? Because once I showed him how to do it, Jonathan, dude, he's ground more than I have in PoE2 this season.
I actually already had this idea, and it's already something that we've got in the works. So
awesome.
I just want to show everyone, because a major experience a major difference in experience is just transmuting your weapon. If you transmute your weapon, you're going to have a way different time than if you don't know to do that. So that's something we're going to explicitly say, like, okay,
guys, you gotta help the gamers, all right?
It's going to drop a transmute.
You can't make them lost. Give them some
Cool.
Actually, to really make sure that new players know to do that.
Okay, that makes me so happy to hear for a lot of the new people coming to the game. That'll be great for like 1.0's launch and all that too. Cool. Okay, back to item questions. So Path of Exile 2, unique items. A lot of the items right now, they fall off as you go into Endgame and you scale your character, but it's not because they aren't cool. A lot of them are super cool, but they have no way to scale, past a certain threshold in the game. Are you guys okay with the number of uniques that are in the game, are cool, but just become a little blip in a character's journey? Or are you looking into really reinvigorating some
uniques feel better right now? There are both uniques next patch, actually.
I would say, look, there are some that we definitely need to make more powerful, but I would say that like a lot of the reason is just because we started working on the lower level ones and we're only getting, only since 010's launch, I would say, have we really been focusing on the more high level stuff. And there's more of that stuff coming. We have more uniques coming in 021. Like the focus on unique design now is that sort of in-game, like later on stuff that you can use viably on a character going forward. So like that is definitely the case. At the same time, there's a bunch of stuff out there that people would use if it ever dropped, right? So like it's funny because like we were actually looking, so because Mark and I actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so like, what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like we started looking through some uniques and like we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like it's so rare. There's like 12 Astromentuses that have dropped on the live realm. You know what I mean? It's like
Well,
no, that's not actually accurate. There
oh
were
my
12 in
God.
trade. There were like 12 in trade at the time that
Not
we
accurate.
It's
Not
like
accurate.
man, like okay, but we worked out. I actually worked out recently because I've actually been recently writing simulator so I can like more easily work out some of what this going. Like we have like things we can do to work this out, but like it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an instant's notice as we're changing balance numbers, like the result on the item drop
You
side. So I
find
started
out.
writing a tool for that, and I found out that like an Astromentus will drop every 45,000 divines, and it's like okay, like
Yeah, that's out.
it's like how many years do you have to wait?
That's crazy.
And it's like okay, we're just like we're not in the right universe here as far as like
That's kinda
the drop
rare.
rate of something like that. So yeah, they effectively do not exist as far as a regular player is
I'm pretty sure
concerned.
most
So these drop
Instrumentals
rate
come from
bugs are pretty
okay.
Jansen.
substantial.
They come from
I
Jansen.
didn't
Yeah,
ascertain this from
oh
the
yeah,
patch
they
notes.
are. They're very,
Wow.
very, very substantial. I mean, look, it's like I think at the trade at the time we saw one was like selling for like 600 divines, and I'm like, this is actually technically cheap compared to the drop rate of this thing. I was like, people don't even know when this drops, so they're just sitting at like a thing. So yeah, this that needs to change, obviously, right?
Okay.
And like one of the key actual differences, and I get this is a little bit inside of things we don't normally talk about, but whatever, I'll talk about it anyway. So like one of the changes that PoE2 had that I think that enriched, but we're actually going to change this back, and this is like a major thing that will improve things, is in PoE2 the chance of a unique dropping is scaled by the chance of the drop pool of that type of item dropping. So what I mean by that is like unique amulets
interesting.
are like rarer because they're an amulet. But in PoE1, this was not the case. Like all the
Yeah, not the
uniques were
case
in
like
one
that in
pool,
PoE1.
but then like
Yeah.
you know, they all had an equal chance. I mean, not equal, right? There's rare and
Yeah.
there's common ones.
I get
But
it, yeah.
being an amulet didn't affect the chance for it to drop, right? In PoE2, the reason why Astromentus is like so completely ridiculous is because amulets being a rarer like thing just in the base pool anyway means that the unique version of the amulet is now incredibly rare, like to a point where they might as well not exist. So what you'll see at like you know as a starting point is that jewelry that are uniques will be way more common than they
Okay.
currently are, just because we're now putting them back
This is
into the
also
regular
true
pool
though for
with
the
the other uniques
Chancellors.
that they can roll together. And so that's like an example of the kind of thing that will improve it. And it's like, yeah, like some of the stuff just doesn't have an opportunity to be a chase item you're even thinking about because it's so rare you just don't expect it. It's like not even a thing, right? I mean, it's like effectively Mirror of Calandra tier at this point, and that's not what we really intended, and something that is going to change. So,
That's wild to hear. Hey, Astromentus stonks. Okay, here we go. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I'll find one. That's cool. Okay, so
they're gonna bump the
a
drop
little bit
rate
of
of
a focus
these.
now as we get to the final section of the interview, dude, on the future of PoE2. So just onward. One thing I'm really curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well, many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you
Yeah.
get through it as fast as possible.
one cares for
Obviously, Path of
campaign.
Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2.
You care?
I'm curious, taking all this and looking
bad.
at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile 2 campaign evolving?
well, I would say that most of the stuff around this really comes down to the kind of like play speed concerns that people have. So it's like if we can address that, I don't think people are going to be concerned about like campaign length anymore. Like I would say that like it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah,
that
no,
PoE2 's
people
that
do
much
care about
longer if
campaign
we
like 10
even
hours on
think
league
of
start
it
doing
in terms of,
campaign every
like,
league.
total distance you need to actually walk and number of monsters you need to kill. It's just that, you know, like it's just the pace is the concern. So if that is higher, or if like there's ways to be that faster in that way, then I think that
size
those kind of
matter.
concerns will definitely
You know what I'm saying?
go away or down significantly at the very least. At the same time, it's not helping that cruel difficulty exists, right? Like that's certainly something that is like makes the experience worse. And like it's not like we want cruel difficulty to be there, right? Like it's a compromise that exists until the point we can get more content in. So like basically once we can remove that, I think as well that will help a lot.
Okay.
So that I think it's really the combination of those things that are the primary reason why you know why there's a lot of concern of this. And so effectively, so long as we can fix both of those problems, then I think that stuff will be a lot better.
Okay,
I
no
don't
announcements
agree
here,
with this
but
answer.
there was an interview you did for 020 about Acts 4, 5, and 6,
Or whatever.
and how it was a little confusing, like the answer. Do you think that they'll be coming
Oh,
one
good
by
question.
one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you.
I
know
want
the
Act
interview I'm
4
referring
in
to, or-
0.3.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you
So
don't.
Oh,
you'll just have to
Okay.
to wait for
unfortunate.
that.
Okay,
But,
that's totally fine. All right,
yeah.
I get it. Okay, in the future, now you touched on some archetypes not being fully explored right now, and you might actually be buffing stuff up in this league.
Mhm.
Is fire on your radar at all? Because compared to a cold and lightning, it just feels a little lackluster. And I don't know if you think that's
Yeah,
just
fire
it,
sucks,
like
ignite's
design
useless.
or damage.
Like if
or
you're not
anything.
ignite build, fire does nothing.
I mean, okay, so I definitely would agree that lightning is in a better place than cold and fire.
Hmm.
I don't fully know if I would agree that cold and fire are necessarily like that far apart from each other.
Cold's been a
This
fire
actually
because
comes down, I
killed
think, to the thing
freeze.
I was touching on earlier about like the ability for a skill to scale. Like lightning, just kind of like when you're designing a lightning skill, like it bouncing around between enemies is kind of like just one of those things that tends to happen, right? Because it's lightning, right? Obviously, it should do that. And so what that's kind of led to is like when you're not thinking too hard about scaling, lightning just sort of naturally scales more because it can hit more targets.
it's also
Because it kind of
shock.
auto targets and bounces, you get those kind of skills that allow it to kind of
Shock
get that
is
kind of in-game
massive.
clear ability.
Mhm.
And fire and cold, it's like I think we have to be a bit more explicit in order to make that happen. So I would say that's kind of the reason. I think, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be balanced numbers and there's going to be a million other things and they're unique and there's like 20 other reasons why this can matter. But I think just from the base level in terms of scaling, like lightning just as a design space tends to scale more even when you're not thinking about it. And then the other two, yeah, not so much. So I think that that's kind of part of why lightning in particular is kind of like ended up being something that has got more of that going on.
Lightning and cold have like utility too, with like
So
chill,
shouldn't, like,
freeze,
fire
and
have,
Yeah,
like, some
sure,
good
sure. I mean,
ignite
look,
pro
fire
lift?
sort of has its whole burning thing. I mean, look, I mean,
Mm.
the whole difference between damage types things
You
is also
know?
something that I think that we didn't explore enough yet in the unique space as well.
Mm.
So what I mean by that is, um, I don't think that conversion in PoE2
Yeah, what if fire
matters
spreads?
that much because like
Without
there isn't
delay.
enough kind of going on that like allows that to matter, if you know what I'm saying. So like it's kind of like that kind of stuff. I think like we need to like more mechanics, and uniques, like more sort of things in the game will kind of hopefully address that and like make those elements like matter more in terms of what makes them unique and different because of like what's available to use in the rest of your toolbox.
Would you guys consider support
I mean-
gems to convert elemental damage at any point?
I mean, it's not like I mean, it's,
There
the
is
thing
a support
right
gem.
now. I don't think
Bitter.
conversion is really that valuable thing. Like, it's not.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, it says
I
extra,
don't think there's
but-
enough kind of going on. And it's like
Failing.
quintessentially, like, okay, so Acolyte of Chalula, for example, right?
And as extra
Like
ones,
the chaos
also
conversion
kinda
is just like not really valuable like it should be, and it's just because like there's not really anything about that that's kind of like important enough. So it's like when this was designed, it's like the assumption was, oh, like converting to chaos is valuable, right? Like it was valuable in PoE1, therefore it's valuable here, but it's kind of not because like of the other tools that are available, and so then it kind of ends up making that class like not as cool as it should be for that
Yeah,
reason.
converts
So it's
way
like,
worse.
then we either
Pro
have to think,
2.
okay, do we need to be adding tools that are going to make that more, or do we need to be adjusting how that class works? Like, we obviously have to work this out. Like make some other changes potentially. But it's like that kind of stuff. It's like sometimes there is just PoE1 brain going on in terms of like, oh, like this is valuable in PoE1, therefore it must be valuable in PoE2. Like, and you sometimes don't even think that fully through, right? Because you like to even understand why or it is or is not kind of depends on a full understanding of like every other, the whole unique metagame. The thing is like tomorrow a unique could come out. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying tomorrow a unique could come out that like that makes Acolyte of Chalia suddenly amazing, right? It's like it's completely down to like the context in which it exists in.
I don't know
So
if any
what I'm
unique
saying
makes
is like, yeah,
Acolyte
it's
It's
good.
going to come out
one of
next
those-
week, is what you're saying, right? Yeah.
I'm not going to promise anything. I don't actually know for sure the case, but what
I
I'm
think
saying
any
is like,
unique helps
there's
that class.
element going on. So
Okay.
that I would say is part of the problem. Like we just need to make sure that we're like understanding a bit more about like what about. But look, it's easy once you've got players playing it and you can see what they're doing and you can see that they haven't found anything, right? It's okay, well, if they haven't found anything yet, that probably means they're not going to. We probably have to like actually come up with something to juice this particularly, whether that's the class or whether that's unique or some other element, to make that possible. We just need to sort of make that happen. And I'd say conversion in general, but Acolyte of Chalia in particular,
Yeah, I like how conversion works in
has
PoE1.
like problems around that.
So you guys, you're segueing perfectly into a rapid fire question. Acolyte of Chayula, we have like 23 Acolyte players out there, and they really want
Right.
some love. You guys aware? Is that maybe one of the candidates for a buff in?
Oh,
the
definitely
mid-league
for
patch?
sure, yeah,
It is. Okay.
for sure.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Yeah, that
Good
SNC
to hear.
fucking sucks.
Okay, if you're not going to answer campaign questions, how about let's do one more endgame question, then I got a set of really quick questions to answer. So, the infinitely expanding Atlas, as more people have played it, like I said, 6 months, going into like 1.0, whenever that comes out, are you confident this is going to be the system going into 1.0?
Ooh.
Well,
good
I
question.
guess what I would say about that is basically, I mean, we sort of covered this before, right? Like where I was discussing the
do a
thing with
lot
the towers
with it,
overlapping and all
right.
those various things.
Yeah.
That kind of really comes down, all comes into it. So what I would say is like, you know, I don't think we've found it quite yet.
Okay.
I
Okay.
hope that I personally love the whole infinite expanding atlas thing, like as an idea, and like I want to make sure that can happen. But obviously, like nothing, if it doesn't, you know, if we can't make the end game awesome, then we will change it, right? Like everything's like
Not
that.
final,
Now, as I
yeah,
said, I
right.
think we've got a lot more to try before we have
Not
to
final.
change how that is. But you know, that it's like nothing is sacred ultimately if it means getting in the way of like, you know, something being good. So, you know, yeah, like I want it to be
fair
there. We'll see what
answer.
happens.
Fair
Okay,
answer.
cool. All right, lots of rapid fire questions here, and then we'll close out with a question that I'm sure that you'll answer. You won't dodge me out of it at all. Okay, so div cards. We saw mention the winner in
I like
all
this
3 of
one.
us is going to be able to make one.
Yeah.
Are they coming soon? And if they are, any changes from PoE1? Are they going to work the same?
Pretty soon. Fundamentally they work similarly, but we do have some just like stuff to kind of make it a little bit like. I mean,
You can tell me. It's okay. Nobody's listening.
it's like there were some just cases in PoE1 where you kind of had like some of the things you could pick kind of like were a bit silly, like in a way. Not okay, that's not quite getting to it. It's like I don't want just like 20 copies of div cards that are effectively ultimately doing the same thing, just because they got slightly different variations, of the same like exact stuff. So we're gonna control that a little bit more this time to kind of make it so that like
I think that's
okay,
good.
if you're
That's
the
good.
div card that's this, then like that's your thing, and like no one else is gonna be stomping on that. You don't kind of have like, you know, a billion ways to all just give you a
Yeah.
you know, like a mage.
I agree.
Okay.
You know, like in PoE1, you know what I mean? Like, so we want to just do some adjustments there, but that's kind of more of a thing around, like, you know, the people making the div cards rather than the thing around actually finding them. So I don't have anything to talk about on that side yet, but yeah, it won't be too far away. We do have some pretty nice looking art.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. So, you know,
is it going to be different from Path of Exile 1, like brand new art for PoE2 for div cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's exciting. Okay.
Yeah.
Is the
Mage
plan
blood.
to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Because I know that was originally
That
the
is
intention.
the plan.
Couch co-op.
That will probably be the thing that the console guys do after they've done the ability to transition from mouse and keyboard to controller on the fly, like on the fly.
Seamlessly,
So once they're done with that, we'll probably work on the couch co-op different account thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I've heard chat is going wild about this, and I know you've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'm still curious. Any more options for armor or defensive layers related to it potentially coming in 0.20 or 0.3?
I don't have anything to say about it at this point. Like,
Armor.
this is one of those like this is probably going to be another freaking multi-day conversation with Mike to work out the details of.
Just get a
so
yes.
once PoE1's out, we'll probably have a long discussion. I'm certain about. Certainly something that people are very keen for.
Okay. Any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? We know that those are coming in PoE2. Any timeline on those?
Oh, you mean
Just the pathing. The pathing.
The thing where yeah. You know what? I need to follow up on that again. I actually don't know what the timeline was on that one. I need to go talk to the UI guys about when that will be. Hopefully, I mean, look, I want to get it in, so it won't be too far away.
Okay, cool. Would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting either as a global setting or on a skill-by-skill basis? I've heard some people complaining about that a little bit.
So I have a huge thing about this.
Uh-oh. Not a rapid-fire question.
But it's like, this is not a rapid-fire question. It's a very complicated thing. Okay, so like, because I've got like crazy theories about why this is suddenly an issue and like all these other things. Like, it's like a whole... So because like, okay, PoE2 and PoE1 targeting is identical. There is no difference between these, right? And targeting in PoE1 was not a big thing that people were worried about. Like, this just wasn't a thing. And so I'm like, why is it different in PoE2? Because people have been saying, okay, it's like there's a lot of people talking about parallax error, right? So what we're talking about here is like targeting is relative to your feet, right? And like, to me, that makes total sense because I'm like, okay, like when you click, that's exactly where you move to. When you right click, that's exactly where the projectile flies over, right? Like, it seems to make sense to me. And so I always assumed that this was
was
how every
bad
ARPG worked.
targeting.
Like I actually just assumed that. Like I didn't actually know, and I never really thought about it before because it was just so obvious to me that that's how it should be. But then when people started posting about this, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to try out just like a bunch of other games and just see, like, really look at them, how they work. And I noticed that, like, okay, the first one I tried was D4, and I'm like, okay, they actually do this
D4.
differently. They have it so that when you right click, the projectile exactly moves to the mouse. And to me, I'm like, this is insane, actually, because like when you click in the location, you run to a different, like you run, like if you click to your right, you'll run right. But if you right click there and fire a projectile, you'll fire diagonally downwards. And I'm like, okay, like, and yet this is more intuitive to people. And so I'm starting to think like, okay, well, at least to some people, right? So I'm starting to think like, okay, well, what's the difference here? And then I started thinking like, a big change in PoE 1 and 2 was WASD. And when you're using click to move, every time you click, it's like reinforcing the fact that everything's relative to your feet, because it's like that's where you move to, right? So you're like click, you're moving there every single time. Every single click is like reinforcing this like way of thinking about where things are relative to your character.
Right.
But when you're in WSD, oftentimes you are effectively just saying, I want to fire that way. You know, like this is the direction I want to fire in. So maybe you like internally in your head, you just sort of think about it differently. So if you're like, to me, it working the other way is actually unintuitive. And I actually tried in D4, like, okay, if I like don't click on the monster, if I like am specifically trying to click on the ground to hit the monster, and I just play like that for a little while, like what do I end up with? And I actually was missing all the time because once again, it's not intuitive to me. But I'm like, okay, but if like one of the biggest other RPGs works this way, it does seem reasonable for us to have an option to change it to work that way. And so then I started looking into these other games, and so like I checked Last Epoch. That one, somewhat inexplicably, seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than the chest height. That's kind of weird.
Last Epoch.
So I don't know what's going on with that. What's it called?
Torchlight? Maybe?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Torchlight Infinite? I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite.
No
That's
Rest for the
chest
Wicked?
height. No Rest for the Wicked. You know,
He's
I
a
actually didn't check that
gooner.
one.
He plays
But
Torchlight.
I checked. Oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet.
Okay.
Like it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But okay. But it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people coming from that to us. Like this fundamental thing working differently is something that can matter. So basically, what I'm saying is we are actually looking into having an option for this. Whether or not it's the default or not is going to be an argument.
Okay.
You know, like that's a question. And I think that and the reason why I bring this up, right, when you just talk about the whole disabling the auto targeting thing, is because there's a very specific and this might even be hard to explain without a picture, so I might have to hold this coffee cup up here.
Oh, here we
as
go.
a visual aid here. So okay, we're getting right into it now. Basically, okay. So if you are targeting from your chest to chest, then basically when you move off, like if this is the bounding box of a monster,
Okay.
then as soon as you move the cursor off that, then the location on the ground that is nearest to that will be closer in terms of like the angle that your projectile would fire to the like location, like you move a small amount of distance of the mouse and you get a small amount of rotation of the of like where you're gonna aim.
Right.
But using the system from your feet, it means that like when you move off a monster, that change in angle is quite a lot larger, because if you move off from here to here, it's like there's quite a big snap that happens. And so I think that when people are talking about wanting to disable this, it's because when they slightly click off the monster, it's resulting in an outsized amount of difference in angle of actual that you're attacking with.
Yep.
And so that sort of then means you're like, your instinct without sort of thinking about it too hard is going to be, oh, I just want to disable that, right? Rather than it just being that, like, if the 2 points were closer together, then that wouldn't be a concern that you would have. So as I said, I want to try just first, like, okay, let's just try with this thing to do that, and then we'll see how that goes. And then like there might be a world where I'd consider having it so that you can disable name locking as well. But I don't think that's going to be a complaint. Like it never was in PoE 1. The moment that you don't have that problem. And as I said, I think in PoE 1, the reason why it wasn't because people were so conditioned to how it worked.
I mean, people didn't do name lock in PoE 1.
So I think it really is WSD that introduced us to that issue. But yeah, anyway, that's a long rant. It's like a whole thing that we're looking into at the moment, and that's what I have to say about that. But as I said, it took quite a lot of like thinking about it and working it out to sort of see the issue was there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diablo 4. We'll look out for it. That's pretty cool. Okay. So on
D4
consoles, the
good.
Hideout music player doesn't work after being bought. Any idea
Right.
if there's a fix? Like, people apparently have been reporting
I honestly, like, that was not on my radar.
Oh,
Go like immediately and just ask someone to see why that is.
we want to hear
there's
Camille's
almost certainly
bangers.
going to be a bug in the issue tracker.
Okay.
There's almost certainly a bug in the issue tracker sitting there about that, and I just need to say that that's kind of unacceptable that doesn't work.
Awesome. And then one little quality of life feature before the silly question. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to perhaps add some options like an opacity slider on it instead of being all or nothing?
So, we for like a long time have been wanting to do like a full chat revamp.
Oh,
Some
And
people
the
have bad
problem then
eyes.
has been that because we've got that in the like what we want to do, it means that every time someone suggests like a little thing, they're like, oh, but we should just wait to do that for the whole huge chat revamp. And it's, I just need to actually make sure the chat revamp happens so that because we want to add more options and more things and like have a bunch more stuff going on with that. So
okay.
yeah, basically before release, definitely we will have a chat revamp, and that'll like a lot of those kinds of problems we can just fix.
All right. Awesome. One more Path of Exile related question and one that is unrelated, unless maybe it inspires you. Anybody in the office playing Expedition 33? I have to ask. It's the only
That
game that's
game's
taken me
sick.
away from PoE2, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly it's pretty popular. I played it. I
Jonathan
kinda,
played
like,
it. What a gamer.
I fell off right after the end of Act 1.
Really?
Not to spoil anything, but there was something that happened there that kind of, for some reason, just kind of made me go, I don't know. Like, it just kind of, maybe a bit unhappy now. People tell me that I really should keep going because there's a lot more.
Yeah,
cool
you
stuff,
should,
and so
Jonathan.
hopefully, I will get time to do that. But
Okay.
yeah, and then Doom came out, and then there
Okay.
was that whole thing, and like so I kind of got knocked off again. But there's lots of people around the office who are loving it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so I know why you fell off, and it tells me a lot about your personality, Jonathan. So everybody can no spoilers in the chat, guys. No spoilers. But
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, last question before we send you off, man. Thank you for staying a few minutes over. Okay, Jonathan, I duped myself into thinking the druid was coming into Dawn of the Hunt. I was like completely
Dude, Griffin,
blinders
where you
on. I was
at?
like, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You there,
No,
Griffin?
the druid's coming. The huntress is coming. I know it was originally supposed to like release with the huntress, and you don't need to get into timelines with the druid. I'm curious, can you reveal what kind of happened there? Was there like I heard something about animation snafus. Was it a balance concern? Like, what's happening?
It just wasn't ready. That's all I
Just
can
wasn't
say.
ready?
It just wasn't ready. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Are Bear and Wolf forms still planned? Those two?
Well, you will have to find out when we announce
Okay.
everything.
Okay. Well, I have a few more things, but I don't want to go over time, man. Thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your day. I know that you were booked literally the entire week except for this 90-minute window. So I
Yep.
really appreciate it. I do.
He's booked for the entire
So,
week.
No problem.
Damn,
I wish
he's
you
a
luck
busy
with the
man.
Path of Exile 1 League. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before?
Oh, not really. I
Love
mean,
it.
yeah, that's great. It's a great interview.
Okay.
So, thanks very much. And,
All right.
yeah, I'll see you again next time.
All right. Definitely, Jonathan. Have a great one. Talk to you later.
You too. You too.
All right.
That was a
Chat.
decent interview. It wasn't
How
that
was
bad.
it? How did the interview go? I did.
We're muting him though. I think the interview was decent. There were some good questions. Right? It wasn't bad. It could have been. It could be worse. I wrote down somewhat. Alright, try. I'm looking over your face. I think these are the most important things I wrote down. So if you're curious, we weren't here for the whole time, you can read this. The kind of the most important stuff they talked about. You ain't reading? Well, you don't have to read. I think the biggest things is that movement speed is being addressed in 0.3. And they know tower overlaps are an issue. So tower overlaps will eventually be fixed. The whole thing I complained about where it's like, if you don't do tower overlaps, it feels worthless. So I think like those are the like two, personally, those are like the two biggest issues for me in PoE2. And those two things are going to be addressed, which is like a big, massive W for me. PoE2. Yeah, Jonathan did say he does watch YouTube videos on feedback, especially ones with a lot of views. I'm just saying, I think Jonathan watched my video. No, you watched my video, dude. You did not call me slow. He didn't dislike it, alright? Yeah, he talked about tower overlaps, which I'm really glad for. Did I put tower? Yeah, yeah. Like, the fact that he mentioned tower overlaps, the fact that Jonathan mentioned it, because Jonathan doesn't play Endgame, so if Jonathan has mentioned tower overlaps, that means, like, Mark knows about it, all the other big people know about it, because Jonathan would not mention this unless someone else mentioned it to him, because Jonathan doesn't play Endgame, you know? So, dude, if tower overlaps get fixed, and we get moon speed buffs in 0.3, like, these are the two biggest things, in my opinion. If these two things are fixed in 0.3, dude, the game's gonna feel so much better. Well, they plan to add more content. It's just not in the game yet. Like, they were saying there's supposed to be multiple breach bosses. That is coming. But it's just not in yet. And, like, the boss passive trees to be bigger and shit. Vision of Paradise, a core mechanic. They talked about that interview. Jonathan said no. No, you can't lose your Asher for 45k divines. No one's gonna buy it. They also just did that buff in the drop rates. What's a div card? I can just show you. We have div cards in PoE1. If you're a new PoE2 player, you're not sure what a div card is. Essentially, div cards are random drop, so it can drop like anywhere, like a regular currency drop. And when you get enough of them, like they stack up, right? And like it just gives you the item it says. So this div card is unique, and we turn it's guaranteed. It gives you the unique, right? That's all it is. And it's a div card for like everything, like just alterations, so currency, maps, uniques, scarabs, chaos orbs, and these. And each div card has like a different location it could drop in. So like this chaotic disposition may only drop in like one map, right? So each div card drops somewhere different. They're like they're pretty nice bonus drops essentially. But yeah, there's a div card for everything. And for some items, it's a way to like guaranteed farm items. So that maybe like an Ash Dementus div card that has like 5 div cards. So it's like you can slowly build up and get an Ash Dementus eventually. Because getting like, you know, drop it 1 out of 5 div cards is way more common than dropping 1 Ash Dementus. Display case. Well, I'm pretty sure every Ash Dementus right now is from Chanson. It's only like 1 in 1,000 Astros. I mean, 1 in 1,000 Stellos get Astra right now. The interview just ended. Yeah, div cards are tradable. But yeah, they're pretty nice. They're like more exciting drops. You can get like high value div cards, and they're a way to like guaranteed farm some items. Like the fact that you can essentially guarantee farm a unique you want is like a big bonus to div cards. Put notes on? Yeah, sure. No, he said spears are the most mobile because they're pure dex weapon. or not pure decks, but they're so spears are supposed to be the most mobile weapon class in the game, and that's true for the future. Rewatched the interview. I'm sure Try will post on his YouTube channel. Obviously, just watch the VOD if you want. Yeah, daggers are intelligence decks, so they shouldn't be as mobile as pure decks. Yeah, that they're gonna add mobility. Well, they're not to all. It's like they will add mobility to like other weapons as well. But spears are supposed to be the most mobile. Baroas. Overall, I think it was a decent interview. Like, imagine like we enter 0.3 and we have like 10% more movement speed from boots because of the runes. Then we get like a 20% more movement speed from other items or like tree because they buffed it. And we're playing 0.3 with like 30% more movement speed. Like, that feel pretty good. Change his mind some big issues, yeah. Cope, yo, group player Shu, all right. Go play a little group games. Toxic. Snap owned you? No, Snap didn't know. Snap was unaware. I mean, they said they're gonna adjust movement speed. They're gonna address it. I mean, I shouldn't say potential. They are going to address movement speed in 0.3. Likely endgame and not for campaign. It seems like they don't want to buff movement speed for campaign. They aren't lowering movement speed. And he was not talking about movement speed runes. They're talking about 0.3. Movement speed campaign kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know how rare the runes are gonna be. But I mean, even with the runes like 4 divines, whatever, dude. Yeah, I'm sad they don't want res swap. I feel like res swap is, dude, res swap is so, it feels so good because right now, right in PoE2, let's say I want to replace, I don't know, this ring. It has to be these exact stats. If it's not fire, light resist, or fire implicit, then like I'm gonna have to change like 2 of the items, right? And that shit feels bad. Like it. It was like a rare omen.
Shocking.
Show notes. Why have different res mods if res swap exists? Because there's still reasons to stack like certain resist. Mechanic reasons. It could be fizz taken as. It could be overcapped res. What are div cards? I already explained like 10 minutes ago. That's like saying why creative item drops exist? Yeah. The whole point of resist existed is not to like make it annoying to gear, it's to give suffixes a real reason to exist. So if resist didn't exist, like what are suffixes, you know? A div card's a div card. Negative mods. He just said product concerns on a bingo card. No, he said for the average player, but he said, listen, if your feedback video has a lot of views, he's gonna watch it. So I can just keep making videos. He'll watch it. Jonathan watches me. Interview it's already over. Yeah, you helped. Everyone who watched the video helped. Yeah, 0.3 is October. I mean, my bad, August. PoE1 and PoE2 leagues are rotate every 2 months. So he said, like, yeah, 2 months after 3.26. So August was 0.3, 3.27 in October, and then 0.4 in December. A Thailand's Cope. The change in how they do leagues is the reason why they're doing this. Essentially, they're setting a date, and whatever makes it into the league makes it in. They're not gonna like delay a league because a certain mechanic didn't make it in, which could mean there might be some undercooked leagues in the future. We'll have to see how that works out. I mean, they'll have a league mechanic. It might have to be fully fleshed out. Yeah, restart's good. Restart's good. We'll see how it works. There are more days. Shit. Well, a new league for like PoE1 and PoE2. So every PoE1 league is 4 months and every PoE2 league is 4 months. So if you play both games, you'll have a new league every 2 months. If you only play one game, you have a new league every 4 months. The thing is, I don't see how they're keeping that promise for like next year. Because they take 3 weeks off of Christmas, and I feel like that fucks everything up. Like imagine like 0.4 comes out December. Is the PoE1 league really gonna come out 2 months after? Because of fucking Christmas? Like, they always take 3 weeks off. We'll see. What a Darth. Why they take 3 weeks off? It's like a New Zealand law. I'm pretty sure like everyone in New Zealand gets like 3 weeks off. Which is why like whenever they have a league in December, there's no updates because everyone is not working. I mean, they sound pretty confident that they can do 3.27 this year. The fact that essentially, yeah, 3.27, from what Jonathan is saying, is coming this year is pretty huge. Well, we're actually getting 2 leaks this year, not 1. Yeah, he also mentioned Xana. Which, I mean, we kind of knew Xana's coming back. What if Xana's a bird? He just mentioned Xana. I don't think he said anything else. It was at the start of the interview. Xana confirmed Guna League. Maybe it's not Xana. Are div cards worth being excited for? Div cards are just nice bonus drops in any game. It's like dropping like a Chaos Orb or a Divine Orb or something like that, or sometimes like 1/5 of an Astramentos. They're exciting drops. They're nice to have. Yeah, more tanks. Not every div card is good, but like there will be a div card for like Astramentos. There will be a div card for like maybe 10 Chaos Orbs, right? It's like they are exciting drops. Div card gamble? Probably not. I think the interview was pretty solid. There was some some questionable questions, but we definitely got some good answers. $45,000 div cards, one Astra. How can essentially what he's saying is that there's only ever gonna be one div card for one thing. Like in PoE1, there's like 4 different divine div cards. In PoE2, there's only gonna be like one divine div card. That's it. So you know you won't have multiple div cards for the same thing. F. Oh, my kill rate went to 0. Hello? Hello? We're back. Guys, only got for a split second, alright? That wasn't too bad. Not banned. Dude, my internet just like cut off for a second. It's whatever, it's fine. Not a big deal. It happens, alright? Happens to the best of us. Not downloaded anything. I'm still like, to be honest, I'm really glad he mentioned this shit though. Overlapping towers. They know it's an issue. They know it feels bad when like it's an optimal thing to do and you just have like you feel like you have to do it. It's going to be addressed. I hope it's addressed in 0.3. They didn't really say it was going to be 0.3, but the fact that they know overlapping towers is bad is good. No, they didn't talk about Axe. They said essentially if the classes are ready, they'll get released. So whenever Judah's ready, Judah will be released. That could be in 0.3, that could be 0.4. Make towers not overlap. Yeah, I think making towers not overlap is a good fix. You just buff the tablets to compensate for not having overlaps. Yeah, thanks for the off tier 1 sub. Let's go. Put a better one in. Can you? You can't remove emotes. Server settings. Better sus. Yeah, let's change the sus. We already have Jonathan. This is a different one though. Don't we have this one? We have this one. What's better? This one? Or this one? The mug? The Jonathan? We'll call it 2, right? We had a sushi channel as well. Yeah, thanks to the Summer Prime hookups. That's the real speed, not sped up. That is definitely sped up. The entry is done. This is why. No. Jonathan said overlaps are bad. He was also saying like the way they want to fix it, the way he was portraying it is essentially like whenever you click on a map, that can be the best map. It was kind of hard to describe what he was describing, but he doesn't want like you to see 3 tower setups and then know that everything we put at 3 tower setups is worthless. He wants like, okay, you click on this map and this map has a chance to be just as good as the next map. If that makes sense. Effectively. We're not gonna lose Harbor Swap. Or yeah, like RNG maps. Which I mean, I like that answer because if every map is just as good as the next map, there won't be any of this like tower hunting. You're just like going where you want. Because the issue right now is like, it's the tower overlaps, right? Where it's like if you're not doing like tower overlaps, you're like missing out so hard. If you're not doing 3 tower overlaps, you're missing out giga hard. And they realize that's bad and they want to fix it. Not exactly a Squinky, because if you already juiced it, you spent like currency juicing it up, you wouldn't want to leave it. I'm not adding a boba. You check on Tai Tai. The Tai Tai killer. Bow run for Fubgun. Yeah, I told him to run. He's 3k health. Oh, this is he's in maps. He's in maps, yeah. 4 hours. What's okay, thank you. No, it's fresh start. The okay quiver. No attack speed bow. That bow's pretty shit, honestly. It just has one roll. Gloves are pretty shit. Belt's really good. My chest is pretty nice. Ring's good. Endurance and kill's nice. 19 crafted life on a helmet? You want to fix that, Tai Tai? Interview over? Yeah. Is he not res cap? Wait, he's have a 4-link on boots? A punk. Hmm. What's the PoE2 news? The PoE2 news was yesterday. Or 2 days ago. I wasn't streaming though. We can go over that too. This was the PoE2 news plus interview. Yo, what do you think the bow's gonna be? So 1 and Steph's gonna have +1 levels. What if the bow gets +1 arrows? Thoughts? No cope. They're supposed to be chase. The chase runes. They have chase in the name. A good guy who speedrun an axe? What, PoE1 or PoE2? +3 arrow. Honestly, these runes are really OP. I like how they add in these. PoE1, you can watch Tai Tai or Havoc. They'll have like VODs. Just like watch their runs and see what they do. Tai Tai also explains how his runs sometimes, like on YouTube. If you just want to watch raw footage, Alex Pleblord, he doesn't really talk during his runs, but he has like some of the fastest run times in PoE1. Post this link in chat. It's like 2 days old, but sure. Yeah, 10% move speed. And we're gonna have more move speed than this in 0.3. Dude, 0.3 might feel good, guys. No, they're gonna buff a move speed owner. Jonathan said they know move speed does not feel the best in endgame. They don't really want to buff it in a campaign. And it's a S tier, I think he said S tier or whatever. It's a top tier issue. It's a tier 1 issue for 0.3 is movement speed. It's a top tier issue. So something is going to be addressing movement speed. PoE2 tier 1? Dude, PoE2 tier 1 is back to tier 1. Next patch. You didn't see that? They're changing the tiers. Like, essentially what he was saying, he thinks move speed in campaign is like fine, they don't want to address it. It sounds more like they want to address like endgame map move speed. Oh, the tiers are just being swapped. So essentially, if an item says tier 1, that's gonna be the best, like the highest I can roll. Out of combat move speed. I doubt they do something like that. But 0.3 might be a good patch. Big hopes for 0.3. No teaser. No, there should be a teaser today. Actually, the teaser should be soon. They probably weren't gonna release a teaser during an interview. The teaser, when did the last teaser come out? It should be soon, no? When did this one come out? I know it came out yesterday, but what time? No, there should be a teaser today. They always do daily teasers. I checked the Twitter, PoE Twitter. (2:43 p.m.) That's an hour ago. Bow ruins 5% attack speed. Okay. We got YouTube comments for what? This? They're not going to triple the number of checkpoints. What PoE2 teaser would they release though? More runes? YouTube or Twitch chat? I mean, I always use Twitch chat. Ruthless. Fix fire and cold skill issues. Like fix how there's worse lightning skills. Like lightning skills are naturally better because they generally have more AoE. They hit more monsters. Although the big issue with fire skills is the fact that like ignite sucks. Like lightning skills are essentially, for the most part, automatically good because at base value you're getting 20% more damage from shock. So like every lightning skill has 20% more damage. Where if you're like a fire-based build and you don't care for ignite, the ignite it does nothing. There's no benefit. Normal cool ruthless merc. Wasn't it called nightmare? Normal cool nightmare merc. Oh one. Well, they copied Diablo. Torment tier 16. Cruel Merciless? Yeah, it was normal, cruel, merciless. Yeah. Anyway. Zero 0.3? 0.3 in August. Alright, go to bed, Grandpa. 0.1's like 20 years ago. I started playing Poe in 2016. Preach League. The Goated League. When D3 was good? Was D3 ever actually good? Like, we only played D3 because we didn't know any better. I don't think D3 was ever actually good, though.
Well met.
I'm not ready.
Making money off the auction house? That shit sucked. D3 brought you Chick-fil-A. No, the really auction house sucked. Like, that's just straight up pay to win. I want that shit in my game.
I'm not ready.
New patch? New patch next week. I never played Torchlight Infinite. We Lincoln Ben. The Celestial Cat. It's 2018. Dude, Celestial Cat came out 7 years ago.
Go into one of the mini bosses into Shaper. He dies to side boss. Alright, you ready? Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? Bank idiot has committed suicide.
It's the best clip, dude. This is why you can't exert on leaps, alright? Make sure to take that thank you next time. What's a bank? That guy. Slams suck. You know play bows. What's a decent class and skill to play a first playthrough of PoE2 blind with? I mean, just play Spears. Go play Stomping Ground. Dude, why is this reading have a downside, by the way? Reduce poison duration. Path of Exile 2 is going to be the greatest video game all time on launch. I can see it. Gru is not a cat. New league. Grind some league. What ascendancy? The third ranger ascendancy. I hope the third ranger ascendancy mixed it in for 0.3. It's like, did I sick? Pathfinder is like whatever. So I know that ranger ascendancy be nice. No, third ranger ascendancy is not minions, alright? We don't have minions on our skill tree. The third ranger ascendancy is gonna be sick. Just watch. Wait for it. Did the interview say anything about PoE1? Just says time frame. Yeah, BenQ's playing Beastmaster and World of Warcraft Classic Miss Pandaria. New drops? I have no idea. 3.26. Yeah, it's August for 0.3. We can play mob. Yeah, doesn't the raid launch literally July 31st? So like if the PoE2 leaks in the first week of August, cleared in 2 days. They probably. Probably will be fast. It's the first tier. Yeah, but classics will adapt gamers, you know? No mention of Druid. They said they'll announce it when it's ready. Don't know if Druid's coming 0.3. When are you becoming a data gamer? Never. That requires having a kid, which I have no intentions on. No, I'm not a dad gamer. I wish we do now. Should do a PoE1 speedrun, outpaced high tie. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not ready.
You're ignoring your kids just like Drake. I don't have a kid. Make a Shadow? I have no intentions of playing Shadow because Trix is probably nerfed. Unless they buff Assassin. I would love Assassin buffs. Cyclone? Oh, crashed. Dude, these gotta revert the Assassin nerfs. Yo, PoE, hello? Okay. Yeah, cool PoE. Wait, where's the nerf? They nerfed Assassin. Is it not here? Where's the patch notes? Did they nerf? I thought they nerfed something. Yeah, they nerfed this. Revert this change. You got attack. You got 15% attack and cast speed and 8% DR. This was sort of sick. Yeah, I remember it though. Assassin was so sick once upon a time. They also nerfed the. Yeah, they nerfed this too. Oh yeah, they nerfed this one too. It lost the movement speed. Dude, this revert the nerfs. And class is fine. Yeah, they removed movement speed here as well. Assassin used to have so much move speed. 10%, 20%. Yeah, Assassin was really good. It was extremely meta for a while. It was like fast and high damage, so they nerfed the speed. Nerf within step, yeah. What's the best build to try in Path XL1? If you want like a casual build, Righteous Fire. The best build in PoE1 right now though is Lightning Strike. Oh, that's gonna nerf next patch. Slams? I wouldn't recommend slams for a new player. It's a lot more like intensive to play slams compared to anything else. You show text again? Lightning Strike in PoE1 and PoE2? Yeah, Lightning Strike's the best skill in PoE1 and Lightning Spear's the best skill in PoE2. New character in 0.3 didn't say. Tornado, what are diff cards? Just items that drop. They stack up, you can turn them in for a guaranteed reward. 20 alts. What? That can't happen in PoE2. It can't brick to rare. Do you know what'd be sick if Pedexal 1 had the Valor Orbs? Imagine you can Valor over Mage Blood to get 5 Flask. You know what I'm saying? PoE2 news? Yeah, it's on the website. I've had this character since like 1 month in Sellers. Anyone else for Genesis? Not CI. Every ES build. Yeah, I played this character in Settlers. It was the end of Settlers. Well, end of when I played Settlers. ES builds are wanked? Oh, dude, ES builds are literally the meta right now. You fucking trickster. 257. Amulet. What build should I try? And what do you want to play? I'll have build stuff out before PoE1's out. For those that like want to try the game. I'm planning on making some guides and key lists, whatever I usually do for PoE1. We need patch notes first. This utmost is like almost perfect. It's only the suppress is low. Well, it's not even low, it's just not high. It's only new sockets? No. Read the whole... It's 0.2.1. It's coming out. Minions in PoE1? Don't play minions. The hottest character in PoE1 or PoE2? Chronomancer. No, Bama's good. Not Xana? More active players in PoE1 than PoE2 when league's out? Yeah. The PoE2 only has like 40k players or some shit. A PoE1 league usually has like 200k plus on Steam. Like, it's 100% gonna be more active than this. This is like nothing. Yeah, their retention is really bad. I'm pretty sure 0.2 is the worst retention out of any league to ever exist, including Pathos L1. Like, it's worse than like a Kalandra.
I am getting married.
What is this, dude? I'm not watching this. It is? Yeah. Yeah, the interview already happened. I can say PoE2 retention 2.2. I mean, the reason why 0.2 retention was so bad, I feel like the vast majority of players quit in 2 weeks before league buffs. Or 3 weeks. It was just like giga unfun. Then also endgame like kind of sucks. Hideout to 2 stone? Oh wait, let's watch. Is he? 4 hours 41 minutes? I don't see it. You sure? Where's invites? He's not close to 2 stone. He has no invites. He doesn't even have the influence. I think he's doing 4 stone though. On this setup. Explain a Lee mechanic you like and do in PoE1. I'm gonna make a video on league mechanics for PoE1. I think the plan is right now I'm gonna post on YouTube. I got like some quite good comments, but like I want to make a nice full Atlas guide, explain what you should do to progress the Atlas, what league mechanics like you should either do or skip, because if you do every league mechanic in PoE1, you waste so much fucking time. You know, like just because you see a blight, it doesn't mean you should do the blight. Ultimatum, yeah. You pretty much only do league mechanics just spec into. There's some exceptions. Like Legion is actually pretty good to always do. Just to pop and like get a few currency. Ice boxes, strong boxes, yeah. I want to make a video on stuff like that. Like how to more new player focus, like how to properly progress Atlas. Like the whole +2 method as well, where you run maps like +2, so like you don't run your +3s until you have a +5. It's a very like safe way to progress. Very simple, very easy. Now Legion's not good EXP. There's a lot of things to talk about PoE1 that I'll make videos on. Mostly waiting for the reveal to know if anything's changing, but yeah. Syndicate can be complicated. The Syndicate requires its own video to explain everything, which I'm not gonna do. No balance changes, it's gonna be balance changes. Bow looks OP in Night Rain. I'm playing bows. Dude, I've been watching Night Rain reviews and apparently everyone's saying, yeah, at the start you should group up. I'm going to group up with some people. Some chatters, maybe. I'm playing bow. A solo game? Apparently you can solo, it's just you don't want to solo till you have like your relics. Like if you solo from like instantly to start, it's like pretty hard. Any build in PoE1 comes close to Umbo Blades? In terms of what? Dude, what do you like about Umbo Blades? Can you switch classes in Night Rain? I'm not sure. I looked into it. What's up categories? PoE1. I wanted a 3x bowcock. Groups. Yo, Alice, you want to group up, dude? You know what I'm saying? Group in an Elden Ring. It's a new game. Night Rain. It's like a roguelike. It comes out tomorrow. I'll be playing it. I'll stream it. I'll play Night Rain for like a few days, then we'll start doing like PoE1 stuff. Mostly waiting for the reveal for PoE1 though, on June 5th. And yeah, PoE streamers. The issue is most PoE streamers are European. And I cannot group with Europeans because the latency would be terrible. Semi-crops, yeah. Join me and Sarad, yeah, European. Convince Rue. Dude, Rue hasn't even played Elden Ring, like the base game. Sushi also has not played Elden Ring. Sushi's in Florida right now. Sushi's in Florida catching hot moms. Not joking. Where's that image, Flames? Link it. Isn't he married? Yeah, okay, I'm going to expose Sushi. You ready for this? You ready for this? I'm about to expose Sushi. I'm leaking DMs. That's it. Read it for yourself. Look, he's fishing. 7-foot rod. Seven-foot Sarad. You're not 7 feet tall. Garatha, is he playing Arian? I'll ask streamer Discord if there's any people playing. Toy Rod. I'm 6'2". I'm not a midget. I don't want to hear it. How long do you think you need to play PoE1 to get good understanding? PoE1 literally takes thousands of hours to learn. But if you played PoE2, you'll probably understand and grasp most mechanics in PoE1 pretty fast. Centimeters? Oh, 6'2" in centimeters. 188. Wait, no, it's more. Why did it do 6.16? 6.2. 189. You have no idea what you're doing in PoE1? That's fine. PoE1's fun. Like I said, I'm gonna make quite a bit of videos on like PoE1. Not like a very new player friendly, but I want to go like over endgame progression, lead mechanics. I'll have my build guide, I'll have my tier list. So like, I plan to do all that for like PoE1. Yo, Tie Killer. Thanks for the raid, dude. Wait. That was a short stream. Where'd he end? Don't tell me he resets. If I go in here and he resets. He's tilted? What happens? He's in yellow maps right now? Yeah, wait, why he tilted? Bo's bad, yo. Not much to say. Tai plays bows because tilted because they're bad. Your 5th hour in yellow maps? Wait, you don't go for +2 Pierce? Only 1 Pierce? I thought that's kind of wild. Only need +1? Ah, I like the +2. You feel it. I'm just saying. At 1 point for +2 Pierce. I don't know, dude. Reset a track tomorrow. It's the fact that it's only 1 point. Like, the opportunity cost is so low. I only take 1 point for campaign. Also, it's better than with return proj. Because like if you hit 2 monsters, right, and you have 1 Pierce, the return proj won't hit the second monster. Yeah, both sides tree's pretty sick. Yeah, why is like this is not just your stream. Like every like PoE stream, the quality looks so bad on replays. I think it's like a Twitch thing. My streams also look bad on replays, it feels like. What did you do for Act 1? By the way, Ombo run. We got here. The same thing as always. Yep. Yep. The same thing as always. Tai is like 6'5". My streams don't look bad live. Alright, it's time for a bow run. He shot an axe? I wish. Let me get some water real quick. Well, I'm back. I can screenshot this. make it a link. I think the interview was pretty decent. We got some good answers. I got more answers than I expected. I did not expect Jonathan to talk about towers. Jonathan essentially said they know about overlapping towers and how it feels bad that like doing anything but overlapping towers feels bad. And they want to address that. All right, campaign time. Altar, you buy with mirrors. It's like a 10-year-old rich reward. No, they didn't talk about map mods. That's not like a try question. I don't think Try even knows what map mods are in the game. I'll be honest. PoE2 is already confirmed for August. Well, semi-confirmed.
Swift and silent, you stole the bounty of others. A crow that plunders our crops. A stray dog.
Femboy Friday, wait-in room.
There's a land of men.
Fuck, it's one letter off.
Think on that, Ranger. When Rayclass shows you how to truly live like an animal.
Tie. Wait-in Rue. This works. Whoops. I don't feel like doing a timer. I'm just gonna do slash play. Do you guys want the? I don't know. Tai, how do you set up your timer actually? Every time I set up, it's annoying. What's the trick? I have it. I have live split. It didn't work. Did I uninstall live split? I don't care, dude. I'm not doing timer. We're going.
I've not seen a wilderness like this before.
Oops. Okay. Well, my keyboard's not in a comfortable position right now. Tie's not in maths. I just started. Pause next patch, can't do that. Gonna be a time loss.
Fine work.
Yeah, I want to get the helmet. Gloves? Fire damage. Ooh. These are better. 2 green red's pretty good. Security Grang allows you to use Chance to Bleed. You don't do shield charge swap on bows because that fucks your Mirage Archer. What the fuck's this? Mirage Archer kind of cucks you. You can't really use movement skills. The row was, if you got rows, reset. You know what I'm saying? I have flask. It's kind of nice, actually. Nah, amulet. Oh no. Extra life, that's fine. Extra life rose is fine. The worst when you get cold Roas and they chill you, dude, that is so bad. Cold Roas are... I hate cold Roas. Oh no, that was a close one. Yeah. It should be right here. Yeah. Nice boost to get. Fire res. People don't even do the fire stuff in Roas. You Kobalash. Wait. This layout confused me. Whoops. -5 seconds. I'm not resetting. XP should be fine, actually. It should be like exactly enough. I'm pretty sure I got a long way, but it's not worth turning back at this point. It's too far in. Oh. Oh no. Stop it. Yeah, we're good. Whoops. Dude, I hate... It's fine. Everyone messes up, right? I do want to equip her. Don't need a chest. Yeah, I need a short bow. Triple green. Okay. It's kind of nice.
I'd almost stopped.
I have nothing, right? Cancel lead. I need sockets. I just need level 5. Let's see my Mirage Archer on. Mirage. much momentum. We get a chance to bleed. Okay. I think it's Sniper's Mark. I didn't have currency for it. It's fine. News is news. Give me 1 second, all right? Fake news. Octo wouldn't like fake news. That is fake news. It is bait. I just saw it. That is bait. I clicked it. What is, that's not a news. Whatever, it's fine. I need level 5 here. Level 5 and a chest and belt. Oh my. I blame keybinds. I'm still going, dude. It's fine. It's not that big of a loss, guys. It's fine. I was trying to put down totems and I shot a fucking like burn arrow. I love the goats. I'm a big goat enjoyer now. What, did I put down a portal? I did, definitely. Yeah, I definitely did. I definitely did. I was about to say, if I put out a portal, it's over. Hi, would a reset. The goats are so much EXP, especially when you group them. Ooh, stash. That's huge, actually. What do you have a quiver? You have enough EXP. I tried it in view today. When's my interview? 1.0, I'm saving it. What? That's a thing? That's a reset. I'm not gonna reset. It's like always like right, top right. This is like fucking left. Whatever, dude. No timer? Slash plagues. I'm too lazy to set up a timer. It is what it is. I didn't have a transmute it either. I did my Sniper's Mark. Before Dweller? Or after Dweller? Hmm.
There's no justice in a place
I think we're good.
of misery.
We'll get Sniper's Mark before going in.
The tale of brutal.
PoE loot's way better. PoE loot. Oh, one lead's insane. I'm Iron Ring. My currency this runs really shit. No transmutes. No currency for Iron Ring. Oh, good trying though. Oh no, dude. There's no way that happened. That would be a reset. I got frozen first hit. What the fuck? That's actually a reset. I got frozen first hit. No counterplay. He's a boss be fast. A crit. Be a fast boss kill. Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Yes?
Actually, I want to use that, but buy one Iron Ring. No transmutes. I can buy a Frostblink though. That's it. Am I 8 yet? No. The vendor walk. Yeah, I'm smooth with it. Song name? I can't look right now. What a newbie Newbie songs though. Yo, the one trick I know here, if you save one Quicksilver flash charge, you can Quicksilver here. Oh, it was bad timing, but you can Quicksilver here and skip. Sometimes you can skip on rotation.
Will grow from your remains.
Actually, when I was better to log out, it might have been better to log out. Oh, it definitely was. Let's connect either. A long backtrack. Unfortunate. Quick, put this in here. Where's my ballista? Ballista in here. Okay. Auto split? No idea. So, dude, my act runs aren't bad. They just aren't a speedrunner level. I just like CBA to practice acts, dude. It's just like I feel like you have to be on like the, you know, certain type of scale to practice acts. I'm not saying Tai is, but you know what I'm saying. The Spectrum? Yeah, sometimes Spectrum. I get bored of playing Axe. Clicks over. So we'll do this. And then put the Quicksilver on for here it is. The LE Spectrum. The Tism. Yeah, I just don't find fun in act running. I do like a few times just so I'm not like washed when League launches. I can never practice this shit though. There's no way I should be killing Myrtle right now. I also do want to level before Brutus. Nice run. Yo, 16 minutes, Brutus? That's not the worst. What was Tai Tai? At 16 minutes. Well, almost Brutus. I was like 1 zone away.
I'm just not going to do that.
Holy, you're loud. He was in the ship's graveyard? Tai Tai's too fast. Well, bows have a pretty slow act 1 compared to everything else. It's terrible? Fuck you. I mean, the death was unlucky. The freeze death was pretty unlucky. Like, we got first hit frozen. You can't do anything against that besides, oh, he died. He died here? Oh, that's a... Wait, he didn't reset? Dude, Tai Tai would reset this, no? Oh, you can't see? Look. Look where he dies. Dude, look at the running back. That's rough. I'm surprised he didn't reset. I also died, but my death was unlucky. I don't think that freeze is like preventable. I'm pretty sure it's just very, very unlucky. Dude, Bo's, I do so much faster as anything else. I don't know, Bo just feels slow in Act 1. Oh, look at this. 20 minutes is pretty slow for Act 1 compared to other skills. Because Bo's just like don't have the movement. Yeah, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Like if we go to Nick, for example, I am Exile. And he's like on a shadow or something, it's like 16 minutes Act 1. Bo's is so slow in Act 1, man. Wait, why is this? Yeah, his Act 1 was 15 minutes. 15 minutes Act 1. It's a 14-month sub. Yeah, but it's not just Nick. Like, we can go to Alex. Bows are just slow in Act 1. You don't have movement. No, it's 15. Is it not? I thought it said 15. Oh, is it the right side? Oh, that's the timer. Wait, why did I say 1548 then? Either way, it's way faster. Let's go to Alex Plublord.
Yeah, I mean, Strongbox.
Dude, Alex sounds so hot.
If you care about not dying, you wanna ID them.
God, his voice is so soothing. Does he have? Did he do a run today? Is that a 15-minute? No, 17 minutes. Yeah, 17 minutes again. I'm just saying, dude. I think even like Havoc runs. Like, go to Havoc real quick. Havoc UE1. Here's a recent. This one. $18 minutes. But this is like a PB though, right? Still slower. Re 24? That's so old. That's like over a year. Oh no, this is Necropolis though. Didn't he cheese with a bow? This doesn't count. Necropolis was OP because you could just make like an OP weapon at like level 2. Or not level 2, like level 4. Yeah, yeah, let's look at his weapon, dude. He's level 5 and that's his weapon. That's cheese, dude. That's straight up cheese. That's Necropolis. Imagine having this bow at level 5. The Necropolis is really good for speedrunning because you just guarantee make a good weapon early on. Like, this is probably twice the damage of what you would have. Guys, we're not done. We're not done. Let's get a proper... Dude, like, I could do shadows so much faster. Why is... I don't know, man. This is something about bows.
Swift and silent, you stole the bounty of others. A crow that plunders our crops. A stray dog that slaughters our sheep. Oriath is a land of men, not animals. Think on that, Ranger. When Rayclass shows you how to...
If you do Peacock and respec.
like an animal.
You could. You can't do Econ until 28. But the thing is, if you're gonna play bows and mavs, you might as well just do bows the whole way through. I don't think it's worth the time like respecing. What's his name? Alex. You like Alex? I'm locking in. Yo, Turd Twister X is right, dude. I'm Fubgun. Is this a long Twilight Strand? Oh, that was... Did that crit? Yo.
Fine work. Stay sharp.
I want to buy a blue chest. If it was like green or red, I would have brought it. Having a great game in League. Like, I'm not gonna nerf bows. I wonder if they're gonna nerf stream stacking though. Usually don't want to kill shit there, but I have like too much shit chasing me right now. These fucking flame people destroying me. Like, actually. Don't stun me again, I should be fine. Don't stun me. Oh no, dude. Monka. Like 20 flame tortures. Stream stack and mentioned, yeah. Okay, it's bottom. So wait, weird mud flats. Like bottom and left. Don't die, don't die, don't die. We're not Dynaroas. Fine, fine. Dude, like no currency drops though, unlucky. He's not choking. You've been gifted a free cog type yep to activate now. Okay. Here 24 maps. Yamundo's oh whoa, what is this layout? This is like the best layout. I wasn't you know prepared for this. Any percent PB, it's common. It's common. Try not to get hit. Consider prime. Dash here, put shrapnel here. What? Bug? Sniper's chance to bleed. That's fine. Wasn't that bad. You forgot to click the well. Dropo pickup's good too. Bro. Pretty rare. Auto gen level up? Honestly, true. Doesn't Xbox and like PlayStation have auto gen level up in PoE1? I should have used no Quicksilver. Wasted duration. Even PC controllers are level up? What the? We're getting scammed? Essence? If it's good essence, I'll do it. Contempt? That's good. Doing that. You can upgrade bow. I need a green sock out. No snipers for now. Oh, front way. It's fine. Good enough. It's not unethical bow. Actually, there's no reason to pick that up. Well, I guess for alts, but we can drop those. Lars life flask. I think this timer should be pretty decent. Delete bows and minions. What the? Legion. Oh, gloves, nice.
There's no justice in a place like this. Only misery.
I want a rustic stash when I go back to town. I might buy iron ring as well. Whoa, essence be ideal here. Oh, I need a quiver. It is well nice. What is a quiver back in town? Whoa, essence plus quiver. Oh, I might have a shit. No iron rings? What the? I'll buy a mana flask.
Take care.
Actually scammed. Surely has a quiver though, right? No, dude. There's no way I haven't dropped a quiver. There's no quiver in vendor. All right, that's terrible, dude. No quiver in vendor. I haven't dropped a quiver either. At least my bow is like decent. But yeah, it's Pretty bit RNG. Ooh. It's close. Yo, 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 yo. Don't die. This guy's OP. Oh, he has extra proj? Whatever. He had extra proj, extra damage. Oh, 3 green. Which is what I want to swap to right now. I guess I can. I need 16 strength. Yeah, it's not happening then. But I get 16 strength soon. I can get it next to levels when I go for it. I can put this on. I can't actually. Dude, where's my greens at either? I have every 2 green shown on vendor, and there's not been a single 2 green besides a weapon, which is this RNG sucks this run. No 2 greens, no iron ring, no quiver. What is this? It's not a 30-minute act 1. But it is bit RNG. $5 billion quicksilvers? I don't need that much. Guys, we can make Moonseed boots. No, we don't have a hog.
I'm not up to that just yet.
We drop him. This.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you?
Drop this.
The warden enjoys the taste of overconfidence.
Drop this. Also that one. This damage might be low. No quiver is fucking terrible RNG. I could port back and maybe check, but should I port back? What's my damage? Nah, it's like okay. Missing so much damage though. Oh. Bug. He crit. That was a weird bug. He must have crit. What was that Brutus timing though? I think that was bad Brutus timing. That's kind of lucky. Never lucky. I already deleted the character, so it's over. $352. It was 16 minutes still? Fuck, dude. Where am I messing up? I don't think Iron Ring even changes that. Dude, bows just suck, man. You Windows shop for a decade. Fuck you. I don't think Windows shopping is that bad. Like, yeah, it's not fast, but it's not 2 minutes slow. I don't know where I'm messing up. It's not window shopping. I window shop right after this, right? How long was I in town for? 42 seconds? 42? 30 seconds in town? I mean, 30 seconds in town's not fast, but it's not 2 minutes. That's only big window shop. Before this... Yeah, I mean, I was only time window shop. But I didn't shop anytime before then. Oh, see, my bad. Relatable runs for first-time players. Yeah, I can do 20-minute shadow, right? That's all that matters. But bows, that was a close one. Bows suck, dude. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm messing up. Do slams? I haven't played slams. I don't know how you even level it. What's shadow? I can do shadow. Shadow is just don't I have it actually? Yeah, let me do shadow. Shadow's so much faster. I played shadow so much less. So I had it here. This is Peaconk. I wasn't doing Peaconk though. Because I'm Jung it. I'm Jung is probably it. Double last chance to poison volley, frost blink, sniper's mark. Yeah, because you only need like 3 gems. Yeah, we'll do shadow. Shadow's so fast. I love Shadow. Shadow leveling feels so good if you haven't played it.
And sharpness of mind. How have you paid for these gifts? With innocent blood. Yours is a predatory profession. The business of butchery. You've stolen many a life.
Nothing like a brisk dip to start the day. Is it possible to murder someone who's already dead?
How it exists. Oh no. I don't think with Shadow. Oh wait, I don't have my I can get after town, it's fine. The regex. You need you really want a triple green on Shadow for Morvel. You don't need it, but it's like a massive DPS increase. Oh. I fucked up already. Whoops. Yeah, regex. Hold up. Kobalash. Purchase.
Stay sharp out there.
I saw what line I
Oh, I should have, whoops. It's fine.
take care.
And now I'm OP, dude. That's all you need, Kobalash. You won. Kobalash feels so good.
That's what this place smells like.
No timer? I think I uninstalled a timer. I got tired of using it. But Kobalash and Roas feels so good. Skill is OP. Look at that. The damage is nuts. You one-shot the Rose if you poison. I kinda need more EXP. Look at my Rose here. It's actually so good, dude. I love Kobalash. Skill feels insane for leveling. Oh, wrong way? Oops. Yeah, Shao's unethical. Unethical class. Hello, hey, what up? The ball's off. Eh. You saw something else, though. It's really good for Act 1, Act 2. Dude, especially Blade Trap. My fastest Val kill was a Blade Trap. Like, almost insta-killed him. That shit's nuts. Blade Trap's so good. I think at the long road, it's too late to turn back. The bad layout. I got my triple green though from Marvel already, which is pretty nice. Like, dude, this hail rake damage is nuts. He's dead already.
Yes?
Ollie, medicine chest. Can't use this yet. Use my 3 link soon. Oh, I should check the vendor. Need anything here? I forgot. Sniper's mark. Sniper's mark. What was scroll wisdom? Broke. All right.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't think I care for the well. Just skip it. I'm on a wrong low on filter. I'm out. Is it this way? There's no way, right? Yeah, okay. I think it's fine. No, I'm not showing like. Oh, I'm not showing like weapons. Oh. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, you have 10 seconds to the level filter. I might have missed a weapon, honestly, as well. Hopefully not. What else is nice? Maybe a 6-man group.
With every death, I live a little bit more.
Next level, we get our 3-link. Dude, Frost makes someone so much better than Dash as well. Dash fucking sucks. Lead to a unnerfed Dash. Yeah, okay. Game sucks, dude. Adela 2 castings right, dude. Dude, fuck leveling. How's Tai do it? Well, you're supposed to reset Act 1 like 20 times. So I'm doing the same thing Tai does anyway. Everyone resets Act 1 20 times. That's just standard PoE. You saw Tai's stream title? Act 1 is the hardest act to get correct, both because of the RNG and both because you're squishy. Like, you actually, everyone dies in Act 1 in speedrunning. Not every time, also, you've set those, but like, dying to Rose is common. Dying to a goat can happen. Dying before Mervel is pretty common. Act 1 is dangerous. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in Act 1. She would never die in Act 1. After Act 1, you're fine. You pretty much, the thing is, I don't think you ever die in Act 2. Act 1's actually so much harder. You never die in Act 2. Uh, Act 3, you can die. Act 4, you definitely can die, but it's not as bad. And also, if you die, it's not a big deal in softcore. Dying's only a big deal in Act 1 because you have no movement yet. Softcore and Joria, yo. I find I can't pay more for Act 1 too. Dude. Act 1 feels like PoE2. Also, I found out I won't have internet from 12 my time to 12 the next day, which I think is fine. So, when does Night Rain come out? Night Rain goes out at 3 p.m., I'm pretty sure. We can do some maintenance shit. Yeah, I'll be fine then. They rarely take down the internet. So I guess, like, it's fine they're doing it now before leaks start. Dude, that would be the worst. I would have mauled so hard if they took down the internet on like day one of league start. I'd be like, what the fuck's this? Well, they probably won't do it in a weekend, I guess. They're doing it today because it's a Wednesday to Thursday. No, you don't need base game for Elden Ring. Or, I mean, Night Rain. Do this IRL. Dude, so many channels have it already. Yo, do you have this? Oh, you do have it. Dude, how do you make your name blue? Why is my name not blue? You gotta pay for this? That costs money. Just added. Oh, you know what I need? Do I have Jaw? Jaw's a good emote. I do. I like this one. Jaw's a good one. Interview already happened. That's what it's Teal York, man. Wants to trade Jaw for per. My Archer pop for leveling? I think it's outdated. Like it's like 1 year, and it's been allowed like mid max 1 year. I'll, I'll have to update it for next league. Entire PoE league. But if you want to see it, it has a lot of like helpful notes. Noob notes. Dude, you're so link starved on bows. 3, 6, 8, 9, 11 if you can get it. Compare that to Shadow. 5. And then end of Act 1 you want War on Blades level 12. I like how PoE2 does gems. I really hope if 4.0 ever happens for PoE1, I hope we get a gem system. That's like the one thing I really want in PoE1. Like doing the whole gem management and like chromes and shit's so annoying, dude. It's never fun. It's only every issue in campaign. It's not a big deal. It's like you don't care for the end game, but it's so annoying for campaign. Fuck no, why not? Why would you not want the best PoE2 feature? It's literally the best thing of PoE2. You said 2 months sub. All PoE2 gems are that's not what I'm talking about though. I'm not talking about PoE2 gems. I'm talking about how the links and sockets work. The two entirely different things. Like socket management and campaign just feels trash. I don't like. I hate it. Maybe if you're a speedrunner you like it, but like I hate it. It never feels good. drop in skill gems, but that's different. Once again, it's different. You could still have this gems blow out the same way as to do in PoE1, but use the PoE2 socket system. There's no way they do leagues every 2 months. I mean, they said they're gonna try. What's the best fastest flip at league start? Unironically, I think the best day 1 flip is Valor Orbs. I do it every league. People don't believe me. If you buy Valor Orbs day 1, it's like 6 Valor Orbs for like 1 Chaos, and day 2 they go to like 2 Valor Orbs for 1 Chaos. It happens every single league. Because day 2, you have all the dad gamers at red maps or whatever, so they got Valor maps. Every single league that happens, if you don't believe me. Now, Divines aren't a good investment. Divines are actually like one of the worst investments because like at most they go up like 50%. Like early on. It takes way too long to go up. Yeah, Valor was a good investment, but that's a long-term investment. If you're investing like day 1, day 2, you ideally want to invest into stuff that's like it goes up day 3, day 4. Like yeah, Valor's are good to invest into, but like you probably want to spend currency day 3, day 4. Will Fosses exist? Yeah, there's no way Fosses is not core. Like, who knows what's gonna happen to Settlers, but Fosses with currency exchange, that's, yeah, I mean, 100% going core. Brand and Quiz? I wouldn't recommend it. That's obvious. Towns in a hideout. I would prefer if mappers and boaters don't stay, personally. I'd be fine with Recom staying if it's nerfed. Dust is fine, Gambling's fine, Fosses is good. Recon's just gotta be a rebalance. That's all. I feel like Recon's being a crafting option where you can make like a perfect 3-mod item is like pretty nice and fine to have in the game. I think it's only an issue when you're making like perfect 5-mod items in every single slot. I think 3.26 is gonna be good. I'm a big believer. How bows looking? I'm only gonna leave start bows if they get buffed. Alright, what's this teaser, dude? In a dance of fire and ice, 2 witches duke it out to claim their territory. What is this? Why is the dude? I hate Twitter. Quality's like always could get bad. Here you go. This is the teaser for today. I think 3.26 will have a decent amount of balance changes. Like 100% stuff like LSP nerfed. Guys, who's gonna win? How mad will Karn be? Dude, Karn will rage so hard if slams get nerfed. Be like, no way, dude. These slams got nerfed. Were they only good for one touch? Is this the PoE news? Yeah. She lost. Easy and okay, Ceronia. I hope bows are buffed some way, dude. It'd be so sad if bows are just so mid for another year. I really hope. I gotta see patch notes. Ellis is nerfed. Maybe spells are buffed enough to where you can play them. Imagine like starting spells though and like transitioning into like P-Brand explode. That'd be pretty sick. And Nimi's build again. Dude, I'm so tired of Nimi's. I honestly wish to nerf Nimi's. I fucking hate that ring. Fuck you, Jung. It's way too good to never not use. But then when you play Nimi's, you have to play some point blank shit, and that shit feels terrible. I'm tired of playing point blank Rangers. Like Nimi's is actually too good. It's all Jung's fault, yep. Brand, dude, if brands get buffed, I'm totally down to start brands. I love brands. Dude, Storm brand at its peak felt so good. I love brands. Do I know when Jung will be streaming? No, I do not know. He doesn't tell me his stream schedule. Dude, why is this guy's name highlighted? Why is only this guy? Tables turn it. Why is your name highlighted? What's up with this? Wait, oh, I had this clicked somehow? It's a thing. But yeah, brands get buffed. I'm definitely not to play brands for a league. Dude, old Storm brand, that shit was magical. What league was it? Wasn't this league? This is like a high investment, but like this is pretty much what it is. Dude, like the Storm brand is sick. When did they get nerfed? They got nerfed in 3.11? Wait, has it been that long? Did it just fall out of meta then? It was good after 3.11. When did it fall out of meta? I guess it's just spellcasters then. More so the spellcasters falling off. Oh, I guess it lost Helmet Chant. Helmet Chant's pretty big nerf as well. The cluster got nerfed too. I forgot when I played Stormbrand last. I think it was definitely was after 3.11. Dude, this skill gem on launch was nuts. Even after they nerfed it, it was nuts. They did nerf it like twice. Well, it was 3.11? I don't remember. Harvest. PoE2? What's PoE2? Any gift? What, you deleted his message? I don't know whether to spell it auto play, unless BB gets buffed. Would they ever buff BB and Warp though? Like, yeah, if Winter Warp gets buffed, we'll play that. I doubt they're gonna buff Winter Warp though. Worth watching an interview. There was some good stuff in there. They're not buffing any skills. Yeah, but you can't like League start Penance Musty unless you're doing Sanctum, which I mean you could do that. You could League start Penance Sanctum, stay in there for a week, then go to Mapper Sanctum, Mapper Penance. BB was getting 3.22. That was Crucible though. I don't think that counts. It had a really good Crucible mods. Dude, my BB build is sick. BB... I'm pretty sure I have it. 2.2. It's MF. Oh wait, no, that was MF. No, this was Total League. The 3.21 was Crucible. It was sick though. It had no defense. Yeah, look at my old tracker. BVMF was sick though, dude. Oh shit, Crimson Temple. It was actually pretty fast with full MF here too. Enter, of course. It looks so sick, man. Boxes. Wait, we've been doing boxes for a while. I hope boxes are nerfed. I'm tired of doing boxes. Like, no one league without boxes, please. Oh, look at that explosion, dude. It lagged the game. It was so juicy. It lagged the game. My PC was bad back then. I didn't have a good PC. Dude, it looks so fun though. It was fun. Where's my other BB video? 3.21 BV. This one. I didn't even stream back then. BB was good this patch. They like really high damage too. The thing is, the damage wouldn't even be that good for tier 17s nowadays. Yeah, AoE on this build was massive. Power charge stacking occultist with the crucible weapons. It's kind of hard to see the my BV. Oh god, the quality is so bad. I did not have a good PC back then, my bad. 720p. Look at AoE though, it's so juice. Yeah, look at what tier 17s took from us. Oh man, it's so satisfying to play this. If you never played Explode BV, unfortunate times you missed out on. I love this shit. Quality's so bad. Vortex on left click. It'd be fun. This was a multi-mirror BV. It was only 160 mil DPS. Old heat shiver. Mirror scepters. Yo, my ring was sick. +1 P charge. Corrupted Zeal Tree Aura Effect. Crit multi-move speed. Yo, I had a sick ring. That's like ideal. Yeah, the scepters gave +1 power charge. Power charge BV. I think I corrupted Mage Blood. Maybe I needed to strength at the time. This ammo is weird. I remember that. Belt enchants.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Does it grip? Any grippers? Small O, big O. Whenever I see root type in chat, I just do this now. What does that mean? So it's like a small hole, right? Then Quantric comes over to his house, and he has a big hole after. You understand? Ryu's deepfake and Daniels. Dude, AI is getting pretty nuts for deepfake. The recent AI videos have been kind of insane. Quantric invades his putrid cloister. when can AI play Poe? I'm sure AI can play Poe, just not to a full extent. I'm sure you can make AI learn how to do some simple shit in PoE. Dude, eventually you could probably teach AI how to do Sanctum. I'm just saying. Because there's only a limited amount of RNG in Sanctum, the layouts. That's just a bot? No, a bot and AI are different. There's similarities, but when 5 hearts under 1 roof, I'm not playing that. Dude, I saw Jung playing this game. Hold up. You guys know what Jung played? Jung was mid-maxing. He's a sponsor. He was doing like a sponsor game and a Gunner game. I don't know what he was doing. He would swap to like the fucking sponsor game, then he'd go to the Gunner game. Was this any good? Money and magic are a lot alike. Yeah, true. They both make things happen. Whoa. This game looks good. What is this? Wait, whoa. What's this scene? Jung's face. He goes in? Wait, what is this? That's a bad time to pause. What changed like this in 3.26? I think the biggest change I want to see in 3.26 is just a different endgame farm meta. Like we had exiles and boxes like a whole year now, and that's been the best. So I obviously would like to see something different there. After that, balance changes like LS nerfed. Casters buffed. Good chance. Omega Cove. I think they'll do balance. Listen, this PoE1 patch will tell us how much effort they want to put in PoE1. If they do like the bare minimum shit, just like barely any balance changes, the lead mechanics, whatever, then we'll have to accept that PoE1's on maintenance mode. But if the patch is like tons of content, massive balance changes, then we know like this is still committed. You know? The vision? I'm not like nerf moon speed. Yeah, I think 3.26 will be big. I don't think GG's giving up a PoE1. I think there will be a lot of balance changes, and I think the league will be quite big. Like, it's like an Atlas expansion, but I don't think, like, we're gonna keep this. What I think they're gonna do, they're gonna keep this Atlas tree, but, like, add on to it. Oh, maybe add like jewel sockets, maybe add like additions, like more up, right? Like, I think they're gonna add a lot onto it, but we're gonna keep the Atlas tree. Or maybe a second Atlas tree. Ooh, 2 Atlas trees in one. Cluster jewels and Atlas tree. Atlas masteries. Ooh, masteries be kind of sick. New players? Why would new players hate it? They're new. They don't even know like what's going on. Work idols. Yeah, I could see some of the idol effects coming to Atlas tree. Like, as in like, what I want is essentially idols turn into jewel sockets or jewels, and then there's like jewel sockets in the skill tree. So you can have like the only issue with idols were very fun. But the issue with idols is that the early game and mid game of like doing Atlas progression felt like shit with idols. So if you keep the Atlas tree and then the pseudo add in the idols, like jewel sockets, it would feel pretty good. You're like best of both worlds. Because once you had your idols like set up and running, it felt really good. It just like the early game idols felt really poor. Without recoms, I mean, recoms are probably staying. Just probably nerf state. I fully believe recoms are staying in some fashion. Especially because they're a core mechanic in PoE2. Idols like charms and D2R. I actually like the charm system on a last epoch or PD2. It's kind of cool customization. One more year alt spam. Buff Headhunter? My Headhunter's good. I don't think Headhunter needs a buff. Staxons? There's no way Staxons come back. Path tree and PoE1 and PoE2. The PoE2 path tree is big shit. But the PoE1 path tree is nice. What I hate about the PoE1 path tree is that everything ends up like fucking jewel stacking, cluster jewel stacking. I feel like cluster jewels made the PoE1 path tree way less interesting. No mods, no ban. Besides that, the PoE1 path tree is so nice. Everything's like compact. Every note's like really impactful. Path tree is really good. The issue with the PoE2 passage tree, it feels like you take forever to travel anywhere. Like half your nodes are fucking travel nodes in PoE2. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, Snap. Like, just look how much travel is on here, dude. It's insane. It's so much fucking travel nodes in PoE2. Without taking anything. It's so bad. And you compare it to this, where literally every single travel point I'm taking something, right? Cluster here, bleed roll here, damage here, life here, damage, socket stuff here. Like every single point, there's very few wasted travel points. Like here, here, and like here. Maybe count these. Like every travel point just an MPO1. Like in PoE2, it's like, dude, it's so many travel points for like relevant nodes. Like, what is this? You know? 2 more here, then like 2 more here, jewel socket. It's it's so much fucking travel points. And it's like an optimal trade. This just has like, you know, Dance with Death, jewels is like pretty optimal. Tattoos? Yeah, tattoos don't change anything. You need attributes in PoE2. The attribute requirements in PoE2 are pretty demanding. Man, I love this setup hope. Every time you look at a setup hope, it's like, what is this? The amount of notables you take is nuts. Top review stream. LS early hit? I mean, LS is probably nerfed.
My mana is gone.
LA, did I hope. If bows aren't touched, I don't know, man. Maybe spells are like good enough. Up Johan. I mean, slams aren't touched. Snaking's insane, honestly. Void Fletcher? Dude, I love Void Fletcher. Void Fletcher might be so sick. The best thing when a unique quiver is meta is that you get +1 chain for free. Well, for free as in currency, but I love Void Fletcher. That thing was so fun when it was meta. Quick little Elden Ring cosplay. She's kind of naked there. Bow to bust. What does the Void Shot on Void Fletcher do? It shoots 1 projectile that explodes where your cursor is. And it scales up plus arrows. So back in the day, you would stack plus arrows. You would shoot them all right in front of you and like blow up anything. It's not good anymore because the damage doesn't scale. Like you can't put gems on it. They got like out power crept. It unironically probably needs like a 5 times damage buff. Maybe more. Let me see. Almost says how much damage it does, but yeah, it just doesn't do enough damage nowadays. It does no damage? Yeah, it probably needs more than 5 times. It actually just does no damage. It's so cool though. Yeah, it's 120% damage effectiveness, which is like you can't put gems on it. So it's pretty ZDPS. Wait, no, they nerfed it. Wait, no, it's 65% effectiveness? What? That's literally no damage. 65% effectiveness without gems. Yeah, that shit sucks. Yeah, it literally does nothing. It needs like a 6 times damage buff. When it was meta, that shit felt good. Mathel video 6 years
Hey guys,
ago.
it's Matthew here.
Hey Mathel. It was so cool too. Yeah, those are the arrows you shoot. So essentially you would build it like it was your single target. Then use some like ice shot out lane arrow for your clear. The shit was so cool, dude. I miss it. Melee pop? I hope I don't have to play melee again. Dude, is no one streaming? What is this? This game's no one's shooting PoE1 or PoE2. What is this? That's my stream. Belton. There's no content? I mean, yeah. How's Belton not banned again, dude? You see, Belton wrote a fucking ticket to GG. Just complaining about Chinese players. I'm not joking. It's real. He made a ticket. Biggest takeaway from interview? Tower overlap might be fixed in 0.3, and movie speed is a top issue that's going to be addressed in 0.3. Two big things, in my opinion. This game's dead as fuck. What is Poop Butts doing? What is his resolution? This is like a Jung Roan resolution. My quality's bricked? What do you mean? We're having trouble recruiting new members for a new mirror team. The tier 2 crit multi-incident. What's the tier 2 crit multi-incident? The BV bow? Oh no, the ring. Tier 2's fine. The mirror ring I made. Oh, I need the other mirror ring back. Is he on? No. No one's on. What's this, Johan? Diva bikini cosplay. You're on? I don't be edit H-Town. Do I not? H-Town. Max, someone... As well as me, actually. I added some random H-Town. Alright, whatever. I'm done for today. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll be on again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm playing Night Rain, the new Elder Ring shit. After I'm done with Night Rain, I'll play for like 2 or 3 days. After I'm done with that, we'll get to PoE1 shit. I'm still waiting for the patch notes, which is June 5th. I'll probably play for like 3 or 4 days. But yeah. Good night, good day, good whatever.